Alexander the Great gained renown as an iconic figure who subdued nearly the entire known world, overcoming vast armies and toppling ancient empires that had stood for thousands of years. Yet, the groundwork for his remarkable triumphs was laid by the ingenious and forward-thinking efforts of his father, Philip II of Macedon. A masterful tactician, Philip turned a disjointed, fringe population into a formidable regional force, setting the stage for Alexander's extraordinary achievements. The Macedonians were regarded by many fellow Greeks as uncivilized and ignorant, dwelling in a rugged, mountainous terrain plagued by internal strife and perpetually menaced by foreign raiders. Distant from the refined cultural hubs of Greece, they resided in dispersed hamlets under the rule of local leaders, lacking a unified strength or shared sense of identity. Nevertheless, their location was strategically vital, serving as a shield against the even wilder tribes to the north and west, such as the Illyrians, Thracians, and Paeonians. For generations, Macedonia endured fierce assaults from these groups, indirectly safeguarding the Greek city-states to the south, though this contribution was seldom acknowledged by those they protected. The tough existence in this challenging environment molded the Macedonians into a people of unmatched resilience and tenacity, traits that earned them a formidable reputation as fighters. Trained from youth to protect their homeland, they honed distinctive battle skills out of sheer necessity. Philip recognized this latent strength and sought to enhance it through sweeping military innovations. Drawing inspiration from his days as a political captive in Thebes, where he closely examined the groundbreaking strategies of the Theban commander Epaminondas, Philip introduced the renowned Macedonian phalanx. This formation featured troops wielding exceptionally long spears called sarusses, which allowed them to hold enemies at a distance while moving forward in a compact, unbreachable line. The success of this novel approach was demonstrated in a string of victories, swiftly establishing the Macedonian army as the dominant military power in Greece. While the Greeks were mired in ceaseless internal quarrels that drained the strength of their city-states through relentless conflicts, Philip II seized the opportunity to enlarge and solidify his realm. With shrewd diplomacy and keen political timing, he capitalized on these rifts, elevating his kingdom to the preeminent power in Greece. Upon taking the Macedonian throne, Philip employed calculated marriages as a key method to reinforce and broaden his authority. He wed Olympias, a striking princess from the nearby kingdom of Epirus, forging critical alliances. He also tied himself to prominent families in Thessaly and Illyria, among others, securing his borders and neutralizing possible foes. Through these unions, Philip widened his reach and ensured that his eventual son, Alexander, would inherit a robust, cohesive kingdom poised for global conquest. Macedonia's economy relied heavily on farming and herding, supported by rich soil that sustained thriving agriculture and widespread livestock rearing. However, the true prosperity that fueled its swift economic and military growth stemmed from the exploitation of plentiful local gold reserves, particularly near the towns of Philippi and Amphipolis. The gold mined from these deposits formed the economic backbone of the kingdom, enabling Philip to fund his military, boost commerce, and draw traders and artisans from various areas. Thanks to this mineral abundance, Macedonia rapidly evolved into a vibrant trade hub, further strengthening Philip's dominance and influence across the region. Athens was tardy in recognizing the full scope of the danger posed by Philip II and the rising might of Macedon. For years, the Athenians, absorbed in their own political squabbles and feuds with other Greek cities, dismissed Philip's progress in the north. But as key territories fell under Macedonian control one after another, it became evident that Philip's ascendancy endangered not just Athens' political independence, but that of all Greece. In this context, the Athenian speaker Demosthenes rose as the most eloquent and forceful opponent of Philip's expansion. In his passionate orations, dubbed Philippics, Demosthenes alerted Athens' citizens to the perils embodied by what he called a ruthless and relentless tyrant, whose ambitions knew no bounds. To him, Philip posed not only a martial threat, but a dire risk to the democratic principles of the Athenian state, a man capable of crushing the liberty the Greeks had fought so hard to secure over centuries. The political movement spearheaded by Demosthenes and his supporters depicted Philip as a savage, a despotic ruler bent on not only conquering Athens militarily, but also extinguishing its democracy and subjecting the Greeks to Macedonian rule. Notices, leaflets, and public addresses condemned the alleged tyrannical aims of the Macedonian king, portraying him as a dire foe of Hellenic liberty. Though these efforts stirred some public sentiment, Athens was sluggish to respond decisively to the looming peril, hindered by internal indecision and the challenge of forging firm alliances with other Greek cities. Philip did not simply aim to subdue the Greek cities, despite the rapid expansion of his military and political sway. His vision was grander and more far-sighted: to unite the frequently divided Greek states under one command, not to oppress them outright, but to guide them in a collective war against their long-standing adversary, the Persian Empire. This endeavor to rally the Greeks against Persia rested on the ideological foundation of Pan-Hellenism, a notion promoting the unification of Greek peoples to confront an external enemy, an idea earlier championed by the prominent Athenian thinker Isocrates. Philip viewed this concept as a chance to justify his rule and leadership, establishing a firm political footing for his upcoming campaigns by leveraging the Greek desire for vengeance against the Persians for the devastation wrought during the Persian Wars and the subjugation of Greek cities in Asia Minor as both moral and political grounds. Despite this, major Greek cities like Athens, Thebes, and particularly Sparta fiercely opposed this scheme. To them, Macedonian leadership did not signify a partnership of equals, but rather the forfeiture of their sovereignty by yielding to a kingdom long deemed uncouth. Sparta declined to participate in the Greek League proposed by Philip to orchestrate the campaign against Persia, staunchly asserting its independence and rejecting submission to an outsider king. Thebes, once an ally of Philip during Greece's internal struggles, began to perceive him as a direct challenge to its own regional supremacy, following the dramatic rise of the Macedonian forces. Athens, swayed by Demosthenes, saw Philip's rise as the potential demise of its democracy and autonomy, prompting the city to spurn Macedonian designs. Though Philip had built an impressive military and political stature, his kingdom still grappled with critical vulnerability. He lacked a legitimate successor to secure the future and continuity of his dynasty. Conscious of this weakness, Philip knew he needed to address it urgently. With Olympias as his new bride, a youthful princess from the neighboring realm of Epirus, famed for her captivating beauty, fierce temperament, and profound engagement in mysterious religious rites, he resolved to fulfill this duty. Olympias was no common figure. She possessed a commanding and enigmatic aura that both enthralled and unnerved the Macedonian court. Some regarded her as a priestess conducting arcane ceremonies with serpents, while others saw her as a being of near mythical might. Philip, alongside Olympias, now bore the essential task of producing a worthy heir who could uphold all he had created, someone able to not only preserve, but also extend Macedonian prestige and dominance across the known world. Little did Philip suspect that this union would yield a son who would exceed all his grandest aspirations. On a sweltering summer night in 357 BC, within the royal palace of Pella, Macedonia's capital, Queen Olympias drifted into a profound slumber, disturbed by vivid and potent visions. Abruptly, a striking dream seized her mind. The night sky split open with dark clouds, and a colossal figure emerged from the tempestuous heavens. It was Zeus, the king of the gods, in all his splendor, clutching a dazzling thunderbolt in his right hand that cast blinding light through the shadows. In her vision, Olympias felt paralyzed by the divine presence, unable to turn away or stir, gripped by reverence and dread. The deity then hurled the lightning toward the queen, striking her womb directly. She awoke with a start, still sensing the otherworldly heat of the celestial bolt on her flesh, and instantly grasped that her dream was no mere fancy, but a foretelling of the remarkable destiny awaiting her unborn child. On another night, her husband, King Philip II, stumbled upon a troubling sight. Entering Olympias's quarters unannounced, he found her asleep, bare, beside a massive serpent coiled around her in an intimate and eerie embrace. Priests and seers interpreted this as an unmistakable omen that Zeus had visited the queen, assuming the serpent's form to sire a son bearing divine blood. Yet they cautioned the king to tread carefully, for the gods disapproved of mortals glimpsing their clandestine visits to the human realm, and his intrusion might carry repercussions. Philip, though unsettled by the scene, accepted that his offspring was fated for monumental and everlasting feats. Assured of the significance of the child Olympias bore, Philip soon departed to expand his domain, convinced the gods endorsed his conquests. During the siege of Potidæa, Philip, intent on capturing and securing the region, was at his military encampment when 3 vital messages arrived in a single day. The first courier, arriving from Thrace, reported that Macedonian General Parmenion had secured a major triumph over the fierce Illyrians, ensuring the kingdom's frontiers. A second messenger then came from Olympia, declaring that the king's horse had prevailed in a prestigious Olympic race, elevating Philip's fame and honor. Finally, a third emissary from Pella, the heart of the Macedonian realm, delivering the most anticipated tidings. Olympias had borne a son. Hearing these reports, Philip was elated, overcome with boundless delight. Convinced these events were undeniable signs of divine favor and the greatness destined for his line, he commanded an immediate grand feast to celebrate the news. Amid the revelry and salutes, he could scarcely contain his pride and joy, for he now possessed not only battlefield successes and Olympic glory, but above all an heir whose fate promised to resound through the ages. Alexander entered the world on a warm, quiet summer night in the royal city of Pella. That same night, far off in the splendid city of Ephesus, a grim event unfolded. The magnificent temple of Artemis, venerated as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world for its unmatched elegance and towering design, was ablaze with ferocious flames. The fire, ignited by unknown means and spread with relentless fury, devoured ornate pillars, sacred carvings, and treasures amassed over centuries. Ephesus's residents frantically sought to preserve the holy site, hauling water in pails and linking arms in human chains. But their efforts proved futile against the fire's unyielding rage. By dawn, the once glorious temple lay in charred ruins. Pella's priests and citizens, upon learning of the disaster, pondered its meaning in confusion. A rumor then began to circulate among seers and priests. The destruction occurred because Artemis herself had abandoned her shrine to journey in spirit to Pella, witnessing the birth of a child destined to alter history's course. Even the Persian Magi, ever watchful of celestial portents and unearthly occurrences, viewed the temple's ruin as a foreboding and clear omen. Convening in council, they scrutinized ancient prophecies and consulted their divinatory tablets. With voices heavy with unease and fear, they proclaimed the fire was no mere calamity, but a divine signal bearing a stark and troubling revelation. The priests foretold the birth of a child whose name would endure through time, an unstoppable conqueror and destroyer fated to challenge and dominate the nations and realms of Asia. The gods had spoken plainly, and the sages knew the destiny of empires was on the cusp of radical change. The gods had not overlooked Philip's boldness in observing the sacred and divine union of Olympias with Zeus in serpentine guise. This unintended act of intrusion, though accidental, had disrupted the holy order and offended celestial designs, prompting the immortals to devise a fitting penalty to remind the mortal king of boundaries not to be crossed. During the siege of Potidæa, a city under Athenian sway, Philip led his forces personally amid the tumult of combat. The city's walls held firm, guarded by adept archers who unleashed a ceaseless barrage upon the Macedonian ranks. At a pivotal moment in the fray, as he directed his troops at the forefront and rallied his men with resounding cries, Philip was abruptly struck by an arrow fired from within the walls. The shaft pierced his face, gouging deep into his right eye. Philip collapsed, blood pouring forth, racked by searing pain as his soldiers hastened to his side. Swiftly, the king was carried to the shelter of his tent, where the skilled and famed surgeon Critobulus was urgently called to preserve his life. With exceptional expertise, Critobulus treated the injury, averting disfigurement to the king's visage. Yet the harm was irreversible. Philip had lost all vision in his right eye. From that day, Philip carried the scar of his overstep, a perpetual reminder that even the mightiest of men must revere and heed the mysteries and limits ordained by the gods. Alexander's birth was enveloped in remarkable incidents, prophetic visions, and omens dispatched directly by the divine, lending a mythical resonance and godly essence to the Macedonian prince's origins. Foretelling and signs heralded a grand fate, suggesting this boy was destined to govern and mold the future of the known world. Yet shortly after his birth, Alexander was thrust into the stark realities of human existence. The Macedonian court, though mighty and rising, was also a cauldron of bitter rivalries, political schemes, and lethal plots. Assassinations and betrayals abounded, and Philip's very throne had been won and held through bloodshed and guile. In this perilous setting, Alexander had to master the arts of survival and cunning from a tender age, navigating a landscape where today's friends could swiftly turn into tomorrow's adversaries. The divine signs that marked his beginning would not assure his triumph on their own. His journey to glory and mastery of the known world would be strewn with obstacles, dangers, and struggles on both the battlefield and within the palace halls. Only through valor, wit, and persistence could he transform the mystical portents of his birth into a tangible legacy. The arrival of Alexander, son of King Philip II of Macedon and Queen Olympias of Erebus, signaled the start of a journey bound for greatness. From his earliest days, the child's lineage hinted at an exceptional path, not merely due to his royal descent, but also the legendary ancestry flowing through his veins. Through his father, Alexander traced his line to the famed Hercules, the mightiest hero of Greek lore, and via his mother to Achilles, the storied warrior of the Iliad, whom Alexander revered as his exemplar of valor and renown. From his youngest years, Alexander enjoyed all the privileges Macedonian nobility could bestow. Yet his early life was far from one of ease and indulgence. The watchful Queen Olympias, a woman of fierce will and lofty ambition, closely monitored the young prince's every step. Her diligence stemmed not just from maternal devotion, but a determination to forge Alexander into a resolute and decisive ruler. Olympias knew excessive coddling could sap the boy's spirit, so she enforced strict discipline, even while enveloping him in care and affection. Meanwhile, Philip II was often absent, occupied with incessant military campaigns and territorial gains that bolstered Macedonia's might. Despite his frequent departures, the rare occasions when Philip returned were seized to shape Alexander's character, imparting vital lessons. These fleeting encounters between father and son left a lasting mark on Alexander, fueling his aspirations and molding him into the future sovereign he was meant to become. From childhood, Alexander was encircled by the offspring of Macedonia's most prominent and powerful clans. Among them was Hephaestion, a youth with whom Alexander forged a bond so profound it would be remembered across centuries. These privileged peers shared play, studies, and drills, forming ties of trust and loyalty that would prove essential throughout the future king's military and political endeavors. The young prince's education was first placed in the stern hands of Leonidas, a rigorous and unyielding tutor from Olympias's native Epirus. Under his charge, Alexander learned early that a leader's worth lay not only in the comforts and privileges of royalty, but also in endurance, discipline, and restraint. It's said Leonidas subjected the boy to tough hardships, routinely checking his possessions for extravagances that might undermine his growth into a frugal leader. On one well-known occasion, Alexander was chided for using too much incense during a sacred rite. "What are you doing, lad? That's costly. Once you've conquered the incense-rich lands of Asia, you can lavish it as you please. For now, use just a little." As a grown man, after subduing all of Persia, Alexander sent a hefty crate of incense to his old tutor with this note: "I'm dispatching this generous load of frankincense and myrrh, hoping you'll no longer stint the gods." His love for the Iliad surfaced early, sparked by his instructor's influence. Captivated by Homer's tales of heroic deeds, Alexander deeply identified with Achilles, often envisioning himself as the epic hero in games with his companions, particularly Hephaestion, who would become his truest and most steadfast ally. A copy of the Iliad stayed with Alexander throughout his life, reflecting its profound effect on his martial zeal and ambition. With the acquisition of 2 bountiful gold deposits near the city of Amphipolis, Macedonia entered an unprecedented era of wealth. These reserves, especially those around Philippi, endowed the kingdom with immense resources, enabling Philip II to fund vast improvements for his people and, above all, his army. Macedonia, once a relatively marginal and modest realm, swiftly transformed into a center of riches and splendor, luring merchants, artists, engineers, and craftsmen from across the Greek world. These traders brought exquisite goods like fine cloths, ornate arms, and luxury items, enriching the Macedonian court and fortifying its trade and diplomatic ties. In this climate of rising prosperity, King Philip II displayed a keen interest and passion for horses, creatures that embodied power and prestige and were central to Macedonian military tactics. His enthusiasm for racing and awareness that a top-tier cavalry would be key to battlefield success led Philip to devote substantial resources to acquiring and breeding superior steeds. Macedonia began drawing the most esteemed horse breeders and dealers from Greece and nearby lands, eager to sell their finest mounts to the ambitious king. It was then that Philonides, a famed trader from Thessaly, a region renowned for its strong and sturdy horses, arrived at the Macedonian court to offer the king an unrivaled stallion. This horse was a striking black beast, its powerful build plainly showcasing its vigor and grace. Philip was instantly taken by the animal's stature, seeing in it great promise for war. Yet its unruly and fierce nature ruled out an immediate purchase, as none of the seasoned Macedonian riders could master it on their initial tries. Philip, ever practical, deemed a horse, however splendid, worthless if it couldn't be ridden. But then young Prince Alexander, entranced by the majestic creature, volunteered to attempt taming the black stallion. His bold offer surprised and amused the onlookers, yet Alexander's resolute gaze persuaded Philip to let the young prince try, despite his advisor's fears that the heir might gravely injure himself or even snap his neck, attempting to subdue a beast that had already bested skilled riders. While the court's nobles mocked young Alexander's daring bid to tame the imposing black stallion, the prince keenly observed the animal's wild antics. Noticing the cause of its agitation, Alexander saw that the horse was spooked by its own shadow, starkly cast on the ground by the bright sun. Sensing its fear, Alexander approached Bucephalus gently, took its reins with care, and calmly turned it toward the sun. No longer seeing the shadow that alarmed it, the horse eased, letting the young prince draw nearer. Alexander soothed the stallion. With a swift, graceful leap, he mounted the mighty beast, gripping its reins firmly to keep it in check, thwarting any resistance. Gradually, Alexander slackened the reins, permitting the horse a gentle trot, then safely let Bucephalus gallop freely across the open plains. The nobles, once skeptical and now awestruck, fell utterly silent at the young prince's stunning show of skill and courage. Returning to the circle of nobles, Alexander was met with a burst of cheers. His father, King Philip, brimming with pride and joy, stepped forward to embrace the young prince who had just dismounted triumphantly. Philip declared before all present, tears in his eyes, that Macedonia was too small for his son's greatness, predicting Alexander must seek a grander realm worthy of his exceptional bravery and talent. The young prince named the splendid animal Bucephalus, meaning ox head, after the white mark shaped like a bull's head on its brow. Bucephalus would become Alexander's cherished mount and constant companion, joining the future conqueror in most of his battles and campaigns. The bond between youth and horse grew into a symbol of Alexander's boldness, resolve, and leadership, enduring through times as a peerless tale of loyalty and partnership between warrior and steed. Astride this noble beast, Alexander would ride toward everlasting fame, emerging as one of history's greatest military minds. King Philip of Macedon was perpetually seen as a crude outsider by the Greeks, a perception that pained him deeply. Despite his martial successes and political acumen, the Greeks of the great city-states still viewed Macedonia as a rough land, populated by unpolished fighters lacking intellectual polish. Philip understood this outlook tarnished not only his own standing, but that of his lineage. Philip observed with both pride and worry as the spirited young Alexander grew increasingly like him each day. The boy was fearless, driven, and possessed a restless nature, ever seeking trials to test his bravery and intellect. Yet the king knew the Macedonian tutors, however committed, couldn't fully mold his son as he desired. Alexander required more lessons in modern warfare and courtly manners. He needed an education to craft him into a true statesman and ruler, one who could awe the Greeks and excel not just in combat, but in depth of thought. If he remained solely under Macedonian mentors, Alexander risked being dismissed by the Hellenes as merely another rough-hewn youth, adept at war, but devoid of the refinement needed to govern a vast empire. Thus, the king spared no cost or effort to procure the finest teacher for his son. After much deliberation, Philip selected Aristotle, the era's most celebrated philosopher, a student of Plato, and among the Greek world's foremost minds. Aristotle wasn't merely a scholar. His wisdom spanned ethics, politics, biology, and logic. His renown lent prestige, and his guidance could validate Alexander as more than a warrior prince, but a distinguished leader. To house the philosopher and his pupils, Philip ordered his palace at Mysa refurbished into a veritable school of philosophy, where Alexander and the sons of Macedonian nobles would study morals, rhetoric, science, medicine, and the arts. Among these learners were future generals and counselors like Hephaestion, Ptolemy, and Seleucus, who would later prove vital in Alexander's global campaign. Under Aristotle's tutelage, Alexander not only absorbed teachings on ethics and governance, but was urged to question, reason, and grasp the world's intricacies. The young prince didn't always embrace the lessons readily, often showing restlessness and irritation with his studies. But Aristotle, with his compelling approach, steered him toward knowledge and virtue. The topics Alexander explored were vast and diverse. Beyond morals and logic, Aristotle introduced him to medicine, biology, and natural sciences, instilling principles of observation and inquiry. The philosopher held that a king should comprehend the human body's basics to better tend his troops and people, a training that later sparked Alexander's battlefield interest in healing arts. Rhetoric also formed a cornerstone of the young prince's learning. Aristotle taught him the value of persuasion and discourse, crucial for a leader needing to rouse armies and rule varied peoples. Consequently, Alexander honed a striking eloquence, able to stir his men before fights and win over diverse cultures. Another key facet of Aristotle's lessons was his stance on politics and conflict. He saw war as a valid tool to spread civilization and tame barbarians, teaching Alexander that Greek dominion should extend globally to foster order and advancement. Alexander embraced this notion, but reshaped it to his own vision. But the eminent philosopher also gave private lessons to the throne's heir. Alexander was at times obstinate and resistant to his studies, which often wearied him. Yet Aristotle always managed to nudge him toward virtue through persuasion. "Why must I endure these lessons while others enjoy their afternoons?"
Each has a role in this world. Unlike you, they aren't fated to steer a nation's path. Recall this: learning's roots are bitter, but its rewards sweeter than honey.
Aristotle recognized his student's fervor and taught him the need for a balanced, harmonious life.
Tell me, Alexander, what's a soldier's chief virtue?
Courage, naturally.
Well said. But what if a bold warrior forsakes training and charges alone against an enemy host?
He'll surely perish.
Because excessive bravery turns not to valor, but rashness, making it a flaw, not a strength.
But what if he restrains his courage too much and grows overly fearful for his life?
You'll be a coward. Precisely. Hence the need to seek the middle path, achieving equilibrium.
Around 340 BC, when Alexander was 16, his dynamic with Aristotle as mentor began to shift. During this time, Philip II was readying a campaign against the Thracians and entrusted his son with his greatest duty yet, ruling Macedonia in his stead. This choice marked a turning point in Alexander's move from student to public figure and power wielder. Named regent, Alexander governed Macedonia during his father's absence, tasked with managing the court, settling disputes, and keeping order in the realm. His leadership faced an early test when a revolt erupted in Thrace's Maede city, where tribes sought to defy Macedonian rule. Alexander, displaying sharp military instincts, mustered a modest force and quelled the uprising swiftly and effectively, cementing his role as a capable leader and readying himself for greater martial trials. With Alexander's new duties as ruler and commander, his need for formal schooling waned. Aristotle, seeing his pupil had gained the maturity to forge his own course, started to step back from the young prince. Yet his influence on Alexander endured. Aristotelian ideas would continue to shape the future conqueror's choices, particularly his intellectual curiosity and approach to ruling conquered lands. After his tenure as royal tutor ended, Aristotle lingered in Macedonia briefly, maintaining court ties. But his true calling was philosophy and teaching. Thus, years later, he returned to Athens, founding the Lyceum, a school that became one of antiquity's greatest knowledge hubs. There, he refined his own philosophy, organizing thoughts on logic, ethics, politics, biology, and more, leaving an enduring mark on Western thought. Though separated by distance, teacher and student bore each other's imprint lifelong. Alexander carried a reverence for learning and a quest for rational insight into the world, while Aristotle saw in his former charge the embodiment of his ideals of human excellence and grandeur. Alexander had reached adulthood, yet still resided with his companions in Mesa's palace under Aristotle's guidance, who was shaping him into more than a mere conqueror like his father, but a philosopher king. One day, the arrival of Philip's retinue, Alexander's father and Macedonia's ruler, was proclaimed.
I thank Aristotle for his efforts in crafting a man no Greek could call barbaric, but now it's time to release him to the world.
My lord, I beg just one more year. He has much yet to grasp.
I see your care, but life's harshness also teaches lessons of worth.
Alexander departed with his father to inspect his forces. The young prince was thrilled. The chance to fight beside his father on battlefields had at last come.
Alexander, meet the Hetaroi, the king's companions, the elite of Macedonian cavalry. I now grant you command of the world's most feared cavalry unit.
The king's companions comprised aristocratic sons, holding the Macedonian army's most esteemed ranks.
Alexander, understand that our phalanxes are the anvil, and the cavalry the hammer, whose mighty blows can break any foe.
After taking command, Alexander was welcomed by his new officers, many his childhood friends, who also served as his personal guard. Alexander began shouldering ever greater duties under his father's oversight. Seeing his son's intellect and resolve, the king prepared him for the future, assigning him vital administrative and military roles in the kingdom. Among the weightiest tasks given to Alexander was governing Macedonia in his absence. When Philip set out to campaign against Thracian tribes near the Hellespont, he left the young prince to oversee political and military affairs. This was a defining moment in Alexander's growth, for he was no longer just Aristotle's bright pupil or a promising heir. He was now an acting sovereign, testing his skills in leadership and command. With the king away, Alexander received official power in the realm as regent and keeper of the royal seal. Philip bestowed on him the royal seal, a ring signifying his right to act in the king's name. This honor affirmed his place as direct successor and ensured his orders during the regency bore Philip II's authority. It fell to Alexander to maintain internal peace, manage the kingdom's governance, and handle diplomatic and military matters. To many Macedonian nobles, accepting such power in a youth was hard, but Alexander soon proved himself equal to the task. His mother, Queen Olympias, sought to widen her sway by counseling and steering her son in some political choices. Ambitious and resolute, Olympias viewed Alexander's regency as a chance to bolster her own courtly influence. Her meddling, however, started to stain the young prince's repute. Alexander's foes and the more traditional Macedonian nobles spread whispers that Macedonia's ruler was swayed by a woman, a notion that stung the pride of the warrior aristocracy deeply. The belief that a king must be strong and self-reliant made such claims heavy against Alexander, even if his decisions were sound and shrewd. Noticing the harm of these barbs, Alexander began distancing himself from his mother's sway in governance and martial affairs, striving to reaffirm his command in the nobles' eyes, and showed he ruled with firmness. While Alexander held the regency, the Illyrian Maedi tribe in the northern mountains saw a chance to defy Macedonian rule. The Maedi thought Alexander's youth and Philip's absence offered a tactical edge to rebel and extend their frontier influence. Without delay, Alexander rallied the garrison troops Philip had left in Macedonia and marched against the Maedi, launching his first solo military venture. This was a critical juncture, showcasing his promise as a commander and his knack for strategic calls in tense moments. He swiftly mustered the army and advanced decisively, intent on crushing the threat before it grew. Facing the Maedi, Alexander displayed tactical cunning by splitting his forces into two fronts, encircling the rebels and cutting off escape. He first deployed skirmishers to taunt the foe and draw them to open ground, where his disciplined infantry could engage with advantage. After tiring the Mede with rapid, calculated strikes, Alexander led the final charge with his cavalry in person. Using the rugged terrain to funnel the rebels to a weak spot, he breached their lines and forced a retreat to their chief stronghold. With the upper hand secured, Alexander ordered a systematic siege. He employed makeshift assault towers and scouts to pinpoint wall vulnerabilities. After a fierce clash, his troops broke through and stormed the fort. The fight within was intense, but the Mede, disordered and trapped, were soon overpowered. Post-victory, Alexander claimed the city and founded a Macedonian outpost there, ensuring the northern border's calm and reinforcing the kingdom's hold. He ousted the locals and established Alexandropolis. This act bore deep meaning, as it was rare for a 16-year-old prince to name or found a city after himself, signaling his ambition and regal self-view. This founding foreshadowed a tactic Alexander would repeat in his Asian conquests, establishing many cities in his name. By naming the city for himself, Alexander echoed the custom of great conquerors who marked victories with new settlements. This move reflected his vision of grandeur and his claim to be more than Philip II's son. This triumph bolstered his standing as a military figure and warned Macedonia's foes that, even without Philip II, the kingdom stood under strong, resolute leadership. The successful Mede campaign was key to Alexander's repute among the Macedonian army and nobles. No longer just Philip's heir, he was now an emerging leader, proving early his readiness for far greater trials ahead. Per Plutarch, Philip II received news of Alexander's success with mixed pride and wariness. The young prince's martial triumph affirmed his leadership capacity, vital for Macedonia's future king. Yet Alexander naming Alexandropolis after himself showed a daring Philip couldn't overlook. City naming was a privilege of mighty kings and victors, and for a 16-year-old prince, this hinted at an ambition that might one day rival his father's rule. This blend of pride and caution would define Philip and Alexander's bond in years ahead, marked by both acclaim and rivalry. Though pleased with his son's prowess, Philip knew he was raising an heir who might someday challenge his own dominance. In Pella, Macedonia's grand capital, a courier reached the royal palace gates, bearing urgent word. "Prince Alexander, the king demands your presence at camp at once," he declared, bowing respectfully. It was widely known that the king's recent strikes on Greek cities had faltered. Forced to pull back, Philip called his son for a pressing meeting. Arriving at the army tents, he found his father poring over maps on a rough table, showing some unease. "I'm here, father. I hear the offensive was halted," Alexander said, his tone steady, aware of the moment's weight.
My son, we Macedonians are like rams. We step back only to charge harder.
He laid a firm hand on Alexander's shoulder, conveying both burden and trust.
That's why I summoned you. Together, we'll deliver the decisive strike against those cursed Thebans and Athenians. This time, they'll feel Macedonia's full might.
Greece was rife with deep tensions among its city-states, traditionally fierce in guarding their freedom. Athens, Thebes, Sparta, and lesser Polis lived in constant vigilance, each wary of the other's growth or sway. Philip's rising fame as a strategist and his troops' discipline alarmed the Greeks, who saw Macedonia as a savage and perilous force. Yet many Athenians and Thebans underestimated the danger, clinging to past glories and believing their unity could counter the Macedonian host. Philip II's ascent showed the Macedonians wouldn't halt soon. Gaining resources like northern gold mines and bolstering his military ranks gave Macedonia an edge to steadily assail or subdue any opposing polis. Athens, with its naval legacy and smaller land army, held a long-standing feud with Thebes, whose fighters were admired for their order and bravery. But Macedonia's rise forced Athenians and Thebans to set aside differences. Their alliance sprang not from brotherhood, but survival's stark need. The Athenians offered mainly naval skill, but also sent sizable hoplite infantry to bolster the coalition's foot soldiers. Thebes supplied the famed Sacred Band and a robust infantry corps, lauded since defeating Sparta as one of Greece's finest phalanxes. This uneasy pact took stance at Chaeronea to halt what they saw as Macedonia's swelling tide, led by Philip II and his heir, Alexander. The looming clash promised to reshape Greece's power balance forever. When the armies met on Chaeronea's plain, each leader arrayed his forces to maximize weapons, training, and ground. The Greeks split their line, Athenians on the left, strong with hoplites, Thebans on the right, bearing pride from humbling Sparta. In the center, mixed troops from other poleis aided the push. Conversely, Philip II and Alexander positioned the Macedonian army to leverage both phalanx might and cavalry speed. Philip took the right wing with part of his phalanx and hypaspists, elite light infantry tying heavy phalanx to other units. Alexander led the left with the Hetario cavalry, a shock force and the young commander's pride. Macedonia's edge lay chiefly in adopting sarissas, spears over 5 meters long, far outranging Greek hoplites' arms. In phalanx form, each soldier wielded his sarissa two-handed, forming a spiked wall to repel foes before they could strike. Rigorous training let these spearmen move with fair agility. The Macedonian cavalry worked in tandem with infantry. Rather than charge alone, Philip and Alexander held them until phalanxes pinned the enemy line, opening breaches and scattering hoplite ranks. Then cavalry surged, hitting exposed flanks and rears. Thus, unity among phalanxes, hypaspists, and cavalry made Macedonia's army adaptable and ready for diverse fight conditions, catching Greeks off guard. Among Greek forces, Thebes boasted the most revered unit, the Sacred Band, an elite group of 150 lover pairs, picked from Boeotia's bravest. This band fostered deep loyalty, fighting side by side. Each strove to prove valor for self and partner. Their invincible fame stemmed from crushing Sparta at Leuctra, showing Greece that Spartan rule could fall. At Chaeronea, they held a key spot in Thebes' line, facing Alexander's wing directly. The Sacred Band's prestige made it a prime target, as breaking it would shatter Greek morale for Macedonia. The battle opened with Philip II's phalanxes advancing rightward, stepping steadily toward Athenian ranks. Combat erupted fiercely, the fight seeming balanced. Then, Philip ordered his troops to fall back. Athenians read this as weakness, pressing forward boldly to exploit the Macedonians' seeming falter, sensing victory near. Meanwhile, on the left, Alexander faced Theban troops. His cavalry launched swift strikes against the mighty Sacred Band. Thebans, used to battling standard hoplites, struggled with cavalry's speed. Each charge forced orderly retreats, but javelins and long spears thinned their ranks. The young heir used his mount's agility to erode enemy defenses. Theban shields, marked with Hercules' club, grew unwieldy as Alexander's hurled assegai battered them. On the opposite flank, the Athenians pressed against Philip. Thinking they had him cornered, the Macedonian king reversed his ploy. He commanded his phalanxes to surge forward with full might, while dispatching hypaspists to brace the formation's edges. Philip's withdrawal, which seemed a desperate move, was in truth a ruse to create an opening in the Greek coalition's front, enabling Alexander's cavalry to sweep in and strike the Athenians' flank and rear, catching them utterly off guard. Witnessing this crushing assault, the Greek forces began to buckle. The Athenians, fearing encirclement and reeling from simultaneous hits by phalanxes and cavalry, saw retreat as their only escape to preserve their lives. The sacred band, steadfast in its famed valor, still held against the Macedonian lines on the other flank. But once the Athenians fled, Alexander and the Hetauri cavalry turned again to confront the resolute Thebans. Unlike the Athenians, they resolved to stand until the end, fighting a brutal struggle that history recalls as a heroic stand for the Hellenic cities. Ultimately, the Theban flank was crushed, the Athenians scattered, and Chaeronia's plain lay strewn with shields, spears, and fallen warriors. The Macedonian army cemented its dominance there, and the victory over Thebes' finest is etched in history as Alexander's first major triumph as a commander. The final toll at Chaeronea was staggering. Roughly 2,000 Greek soldiers perished on the field, including every valiant member of Thebes' sacred band. Another 4,000 were captured and enslaved, leaving a gaping wound in many city-states. Philip II's victory stood unchallenged, and Athens and Thebes, once proud, bowed before Macedonian might. Amid the bodies of Greece's best warriors, Macedonia's repute as an unbeatable force solidified. Thebes, shamed by losing its legendary unit, yielded to the new order. Athens, once a naval titan, had to bargain to avoid worse ruin. Each polis then realized the Greek world had entered a new age, defined by Philip II's rule, and crucially, Alexander's ascent. Alexander was celebrated as Chaeronea's great champion. His name rang through the ranks of seasoned fighters who, though hardened by war, saw the youth as a daring leader with rare genius. As dusk fell, Philip, with his son beside him, accepted surrenders and sealed pacts establishing Macedonian sway over Greece. Chaeronea decided Thebes and Athens' fates, lifted Philip II to his zenith, and cleared the path for Alexander to rise as the next grand conqueror of the Hellenic sphere. Philip II of Macedon and Alexander had just dealt a harsh and humbling blow to the allied forces of Athens and Thebes at the pivotal battle of Chaeronea. The field, now hushed, was blanketed with the remains of fallen Greek fighters. At the ensuing festivities, flush with triumph and wine, Philip staged a crude display, lurching and dancing atop the corpses of his vanquished foes. Alexander, seeing this, felt disgust and outrage. He approached the king and sharply reproached him. "Philip the Savage! Now it seems the Athenian scorn for you wasn't all misplaced." Philip halted briefly, eyeing his young son with a blend of pride and rue.
No matter my deeds, Alexander, to these Greeks I'll always be a brute. But not you, my son. Aristotle honed you, and now you're more a child of Hellas than I'll ever be. So I charge you with the vital task. Go to Athens and secure their surrender.
After the crushing loss at Chaeronea, Athens was steeped in dread and uncertainty. With most of their army broken, the Athenians feared for their city's survival, now nearly defenseless. Against this grim scene, Alexander entered Athens with a small retinue. The young prince, just 18, was greeted by the city's people with grandeur and honors befit for a fabled hero. Local leaders aimed to appease and evade the young victor's ire. Athens was a wonder to Alexander's eyes. His path led to Plato's storied academy, where his mentor Aristotle had trained. Then he marveled at the splendid theater of Dionysus, stage to the timeless Greek dramas he cherished. But climbing to the Acropolis, gazing at Athena's majestic temple, he felt Athens' cultural splendor pierce his soul. There he grasped the grandeur now under his charge. After the tour, Alexander spoke to the Athenian assembly. Before the tense city delegates, he laid out his father's terms plainly. "Athenians, my father, King Philip of Macedon, in a show of mercy and regard for this city's storied past, offers peace and accord. Captured soldiers will return to their homes. Your rights and holdings will be fully honored. No Macedonian troops will stay in Athens, and its freedom will be upheld. The sole condition is that Athens joins us as allies in the great venture ahead." The assembly, stunned and relieved by such leniency in their weakness, swiftly agreed to the alliance. Philip, mindful of Athens' vital navy for his Persian plans, chose to win the city with grace, not force. The Macedonian king opted to raise a monument for the Greek warriors lost in Chaeronia's bloody clash. Known as the Lion of Chaeronia, it was a grand stone figure of a lion seated upright, poised in solemn watch. For Philip and Alexander, the lion stood for bravery and martial might, as well as their firm grip over Greece's classic city-states. Yet for the defeated, especially Thebans and Athenians, it became a lasting mark of their downfall and weakness against Macedonia's growing power. With this gesture, Philip showed he respected his foe's courage and worth, proving his win wasn't over lesser or unworthy rivals. Yet by placing such a striking symbol, the Macedonians signaled to all Greece the unyielding strength of their army and the uncontested rule they'd forged. Soon after calming Athens, Philip called all Greek cities to Corinth for a grand pan-Hellenic gathering. Envoys from the Greek states came, save the defiant Spartans, ever unyielding. Before Greece's assembled delegates in Corinth, Philip, in his victory's full splendor, spoke.
"Greeks, too long have our cities clashed, sapping each other while our true foe, the Persian Empire, thrived and grew beyond our borders. The hour has come to end our feuds and unite against the shared enemy. I offer a mutual defense pact under my lead, so together we may carry war to the empire that has so shamed and harmed us." These words struck deep in Greek hearts. The old grudge against Persia, nursed since the Persian Wars, flared anew. Philip, a deft statesman and now supreme head of the united Greek forces, was hailed by all as hegemon, the unrivaled leader of the campaign set to alter the world's course. There, before the assembly, Alexander watched in silence. He knew his father's true aim was vaster than any grasped, a quest as epic and storied as Homer's Iliad. Alexander, aware of his part in this saga to come, already dreamed of the fame awaiting him across the seas. Wherever Alexander went, his fresh renown preceded him. His decisive role at Chaeronia quickly grew legendary. Leading the Macedonian cavalry, the young prince showed a rare mix of fearless daring, skilled command, and sharp strategy. His defeat of the Theban sacred band, Greece's most feared and admired unit, stunned the Greeks especially. Alexander gained a new mantle of respect and awe, not just among Greeks, but chiefly among his generals and closest allies. Men like Hephaestion, Ptolemy, Craterus, and Perdiccas, long his companions, now saw him as Philip's rightful heir, not just by birth, but by martial merit. His battlefield leadership forged a strong tie of trust and devotion with his officers. His bold initiative and bravery in danger made these men follow him with near total loyalty. Hephaestion, above all, became his constant shadow, while Ptolemy and Craterus came to honor him as the clear leader of the future army to march on Persia. Yet despite this growing bond and fellowship, Alexander also stirred envy and unease among some veteran generals, who felt the young prince might outshine Philip's own rule. Alexander's rise as a war hero and emblem of Greek unity unsettled the court's power balance. Many Macedonian nobles began to see the young prince as a risk to their own standing, especially those aiming to sway or succeed Philip. Soon, plots and schemes multiplied within the king's inner circle. Whispers spread at court, hinting that Alexander, buoyed by fame and drive, was already plotting to supplant his father early. Meanwhile, Philip faced rising family strife,
with Alexander's mother Olympias accused by foes of spurring her son against his father and stoking his throneward ambition. These schemes brewed an air of mounting distrust and strain between father and son. The build-up to Philip II's Persian campaign was a turning point in Greek history. After his 338 BC win at Chaeronea, Philip had cemented his role as Greece's undisputed head via the League of Corinth. His grand aim was to bind the Greek city-states under one cause, ending internal strife to strike the age-old foe, the Persian Empire, a lingering menace to the Hellenic world for over a century. Philip began thorough preparations for his Persian push. Greek cities were tasked with supplying troops and resources, setting quotas for a true pan-Hellenic army. Engineers and experts were brought in to manage logistics and craft new weapons and siege methods. Philip, famed for military novelty, further honed his Macedonian forces, especially the phalanxes and elite cavalry, ensuring they outmatched Persian foes in arms, order, and training. Cities like Sparta, traditionally aloof or insular, refused the league, holding a proud, defiant stance against Macedonian sway. Philip countered with measured patience, signaling that open defiance would face stern reprisal. Meanwhile, smaller, weaker cities saw the Persian venture as a chance for glory and spoils. Despite internal friction and political pushback, Philip's Persian campaign loomed near. The Macedonian king was tirelessly marshaling his army, plotting routes and key points, and already sending generals like Parmenion and Attalus to ready Asia Minor's ground. Alexander was still in Greece, far from Macedonia's palaces, when a courier delivered a letter with his mother Queen Olympias' royal seal. The young prince opened it eagerly, knowing she rarely wrote unless the matter was grave. Its news was troubling. Philip II had cast her off and planned to wed anew. Olympias wrote that Philip would marry Cleopatra Eurydice, niece of the powerful general Attalus. This union posed a dire political threat to Alexander, as Cleopatra hailed from Macedonia's top nobility. A son from this match could supplant Alexander as rightful heir, being pure Macedonian, unlike Alexander, whose Epirot blood from Olympias was ever suspect to the elite. Indeed, Olympias never won the Macedonian noble's favor. Her foreign roots, cryptic ways, and zeal for strange rites with snakes and mysticism bred mistrust and aversion among the old guard. Her rift with Philip had widened over years, and the divorce merely capped this decline. Alexander, gravely worried, resolved to head back to Macedonia at once to guard his succession rights. On the return trip, the prince mulled his fraught tie with Philip. Since youth, Alexander felt the weight of his father's lofty demands, which swung between pride in his feats and dismay at his fiery nature and ambition. Back in Pella, Alexander found a tense political scene. Loyal friends and allies had been banished or ousted by Philip's command, especially those truest to the young prince. General Attalus had risen as the court's key figure, increasingly steering military calls and turning Philip against Alexander. The royal wedding day soon came. Philip, perhaps to keep up appearances and avoid scandal, invited Olympias and Alexander to join the revelry. The festive mood hid rising strain beneath. Guests from Macedonia's mightiest clans drank freely, as custom allowed. The time came for toasts to the newlyweds. Attalus, well into his cups and fueled by old grudges against Alexander, raised his cup and boldly wished the gods grant Macedonia a worthy heir from Philip and Cleopatra Eurydice's bond. The insult was blatant and sharp. Alexander, gripped by fierce anger, hurled his cup at Attalus, splashing wine across the hall. The court fell into stunned silence, as all watched the brewing clash. The young prince lunged at Attalus, set to brawl, but close friends held him back. Yet Alexander wasn't the only royal known for a hot temper. Furious at his son's outburst, Philip drew his blade and staggered drunk toward Alexander. The sight shocked all. Macedonia's armed king menacing his own heir before gaping guests. Only Philip's stumble and fall before reaching the prince spared a deadly strike. So this is the man to cross from Europe to Asia? He can't even cross from couch to couch, Alexander spat, livid and scornful. The tense hush after the scene soon turned to murmurs among the crowd. Alexander, now deeply shamed and endangered, saw his court position was untenable. Knowing his safety and political fate hung in peril, he chose to leave Macedonia for a time. Alexander grasped that his court standing had grown shaky and possibly deadly. Political plots at the Macedonian court often ended in blood. Facing this looming risk, the prince opted to depart willingly, seeking haven in Illyria. In exile there, Alexander felt a storm of emotions: distress at his threatened heirship, fury at the public slight before the court, and rising resolve to protect his rightful claim to the throne. In Illyria, Alexander was received by longtime Macedonian allies who admired his grit and drive. This refuge was no random pick. Illyria lay near Macedonia, home to peoples often allied or subject to the Macedonians, who saw in the prince a chance to tighten political bonds or secure a future pact with the likely next king. Meanwhile, Olympias, staying in Macedonia, worked tirelessly behind the scenes. The ousted queen used her son's absence to rally her network, shoring up alliances key to ensuring Alexander's safe, victorious return. At the same time, she sowed tales and tidbits among Macedonian nobles, reinforcing that the kingdom's safety hinged on Alexander's bold, magnetic leadership. During this span, Philip too pondered the fallout of the family rift and his heir's exile. Though initially enraged and let down by Alexander, he saw that Alexander's prolonged absence could harm the stability he'd fought to build. Alexander's distance, paired with Olympias's deft rumors, began to stir unease among generals loyal to the young prince, many fearing a succession crisis that could weaken Macedonia just before the Persian push. Philip had just sired a son with his new wife, named Carinus. But heading to Asia without a grown heir to secure the succession was a gamble Macedonia couldn't take. Seeing this, Philip yielded to inner and outer pressures and chose to mend ties with Alexander. Envoys were sent to the exiled prince with diplomatic overtures and assurances his court role and military command would be fully restored. Receiving these, Alexander sensed the political tide at court had turned his way. The Illyrian exile seemed to benefit the prince. The Alexander who returned was no longer the rash youth who left, but a seasoned leader, wise to court dangers and political games. This shift was a crucible that sharply honed Alexander's character, readying him for the vast trials ahead. After months away, Alexander returned to the Macedonian court to reconcile with his father, initially feeling their rift had eased. The two showed public mutual regard, posing as a united front for Macedonians and Greek allies. But beneath this, a disquiet lingered that Olympias kept alive. Alexander's mother spared no effort to warn her son of lurking threats. She pressed that Philip and his new kin were a direct peril to Alexander's succession, often hinting at extreme steps, even ones the god might deem betrayal. Meanwhile, Philip returned from a pilgrimage to Delphi's famed oracle, bearing a cryptic message he took as a victory sign. "The bull is primed for slaughter, the end nears, and the slayer is here." Philip saw it favorably, reading the bull as the faltering Persian Empire, ripe for collapse amid inner strife. He, Philip, was the god's chosen to deal the fatal strike. Philip had carefully planned a fresh diplomatic move. He decided to wed his daughter Cleopatra to King Alexander of Epirus. This alliance held vital strategic worth for Philip's aims. Epirus, a western Greek kingdom, was ruled by Alexander's uncle, his mother's kin. This marriage would strengthen political and blood ties between the royal houses and secure the rear as Philip marched east. King Alexander of Epirus, known for valor and wit, was a prized, steady ally, able to guard Macedonia's western edge well. Plus, the wedding offered Philip a rare chance to flaunt Macedonia's might and splendor to Greek and foreign dignitaries, bolstering his stance as Greece's ruling head. Philip meant this grand event to send a bold message of unity and power, paving the political way for his imperial goals. The wedding day arrived with unmatched pomp. Leaders from Greece's key cities and nearby realms gathered in sacred Aegis to mark the occasion. Security was lavish, with Alexander leading the royal guard, alert for any hint of danger. But that day, buoyed by supreme confidence and perhaps undue pride, Philip chose to shed his full guard. He aimed to enter the vast theater alone, showcasing his rule and glory to all there. Alexander tried to sway him to let him stay near. "Father, it's wiser I stand with you now. You've made many fierce foes over time." Philip smiled, sure of himself, and replied, "Alexander, my son, I know you wish to stand by me and prove to all you're my true heir. But it's unneeded. Why did I pour so much into your upbringing, your training as warrior and leader, if not to crown you king? Now, grant me this moment. It's mine." Reluctantly, Alexander stepped aside and watched his father stride alone through the passage to the great theater, where guests awaited eagerly. Philip emerged from the tunnel to warm, lively cheers, instantly swept by a tide of zeal and awe from the hundreds in the theater. Feeling near divine among mortals, he soaked in the applause and cries hailing him as Macedonia's great leader, destined to topple the vast Persian Empire and etch his name in timeless annals. Each step fed his assurance and sense of invincibility in that unique moment. Yet fate crouched unseen amid the joyous, rapt throng. Pausanias, a royal guard, seized the moment when all eyes fixed on the king's grand entry and, with swift, quiet steps, neared Philip, masking his dark intent. Suddenly, in a quick, firm move, Pausanias drew a dagger and plunged it deep into the king's side. A brief, chilling silence replaced the cheers' clamor as Philip fell, stunned and in pain. The crowd, first frozen, erupted in panic and horror, screams ringing through the theater as people scrambled from the chaos. Shock and disbelief spread across dignitaries and citizens' faces, unable to fathom that the once invincible king had fallen to such a sudden, savage act. Amid the uproar, Pausanias tried to flee, but was soon chased and felled by the royal guard, ending the traitor's life. Seeing his father collapse wounded, Alexander rushed to his side, dropping to his knees and cradling him in his final moments. Philip, with his fading breaths, looked into his son's eyes and saw a vigor and destiny that outstripped his wildest visions. And so, without a word, Philip II of Macedon's spirit departed for the Elysian fields. For years, Alexander had known he'd one day bear the Macedonian crown's burden, but he thought that day lay far off. Now, abruptly and violently, it had arrived. He felt the kingdom's weight, his father's dreams, and a nation's hopes settle heavily on his youthful shoulders. Amid the stunned silence still gripping the crowd, two of Alexander's steadfast friends, Hephaestion and Ptolemy, acted swiftly, their voices cutting through to fill the sudden void. "Long live King Alexander! Alexander, King of the Macedonians!" With firm resolve, they lifted the oak leaf crown, Macedonia's royal emblem, from Philip's head and placed it solemnly on Alexander's. Surveying the scene, he saw all eyes now fixed on him, seeking direction and strength amid the turmoil. His mission, he knew, began right then. Taking a steady breath, Alexander stood tall, exuding assurance and command. He understood he must honor his father's legacy and guide Macedonia to the glorious fate Philip had envisioned. He'd been forged for this all his life. Now, more than ever, it was time to become the king Macedonia needed, one destined for feats the world would never forget. As Macedonia sank into grief and disorder, early guesses swirled about the motive for the vile deed. Pausanias, trusted as a royal guard, surely had a deep personal grudge driving such an act. Many spoke of a buried bitterness from slights and wrongs he'd endured, notably from Attalus, a key general and Philip's ally. This festering wound might have turned into a merciless vendetta against the king, whom he felt had failed to uphold his honor. But Pausanias' death, before revealing his true reasons, sparked a flurry of other theories about the king's slaying. Soon, darker whispers spread through the court. Many murmured Olympias' name, Alexander's formidable mother. Her fierce feud with Philip was no secret, especially after his union with young Cleopatra Eurydice. Some staunchly believed Olympias had swayed or even spurred Pausanias to the killing, thus removing a threat to Alexander's future. Others ventured a grimmer notion, Alexander's own involvement. Though widely admired by the troops, the young prince's swift rise to power after his father's death drew wary glances from some. Beyond these internal plots, some voices suggested foreign meddling, namely from the mighty Persian Empire. Philip's death could be a bid to thwart or delay the invasion he'd planned. A Persian scheme to unsettle their rival realm wasn't wholly far-fetched. The Persians wielded a vast spy web, ever weaving plots to shield their domain. Amid such doubts and suspicions, one fact stood firm. Philip, the great king who aimed to conquer Asia, was gone, and Alexander now stood center stage, ringed by rivals and foes, yet backed by loyal comrades, ready to tread the path that would crown him Alexander the Great. Alexander, the new king of Macedonia. After the assassination of King Philip II, Alexander, at just 20 years old, found himself burdened with the overwhelming responsibility of inheriting the throne of Macedonia. Surrounded by immense challenges, the young prince knew he had to quickly assert his authority over the kingdom his father had left behind. Philip II had been a great conqueror and military strategist, and for Alexander, this meant he had to prove himself in order to step out of his father's shadow and leave his own mark on history. The circumstances surrounding Philip's death were never fully clarified, giving rise to countless suspicions and conspiracies. Some accused the former Queen Olympias of plotting against her husband, driven by bitterness over being cast aside and an insatiable desire to secure the throne for her son. Others whispered of a crime of passion, since Pausanias, the king's assassin, had been his lover and was publicly humiliated shortly before the murder. A darker rumor still claimed that Alexander was secretly involved, feeling threatened by the existence of a new male heir, the son of Philip's recent marriage to Cleopatra Eurydice. The official investigation led by Macedonian authorities quickly concluded that Pausanias had acted alone, driven purely by personal revenge over his public humiliation. This version, convenient for Alexander and his closest allies, dismissed any suspicion of accomplices or broader internal conspiracies, and was quickly established as the final conclusion. Nevertheless, rumors of alternative versions continued to circulate among the population, keeping alive numerous theories and speculations about who was truly behind the assassination. Aware of the intrigue surrounding his rise to power, Alexander decided to act swiftly to consolidate his position. His first move was to strengthen the political alliances forged by Philip. By taking control of the League of Corinth, he reaffirmed his role as the legitimate leader of the Pan-Hellenic alliance against Persia, presenting himself as the heir to his father's legacy and the protector of Greece against the Persian threat. During his strategic absence, while he traveled to secure the support of the Greek cities, Queen Olympias seized the political vacuum to carry out a brutal plan. Using her religious influence and her status as a priestess involved in the mysterious cults of Dionysus, Olympias orchestrated a bloody purge within the Macedonian palace. The victims were none other than Cleopatra Eurydice, Philip's last wife, and her young child. Cleopatra was forced to commit suicide after her child was mercilessly killed. Olympias fiercely defended her actions, claiming she was protecting Alexander's future reign by eliminating any threat to the throne and preventing the kingdom's division. When Alexander returned to the Macedonian court and learned of the massacre, he was deeply shocked and angry with his mother. Despite Olympias's justification, Alexander clearly understood that these deaths would tarnish his public image. However, faced with the harsh political reality, there was no room for hesitation or remorse. Thus, Alexander took the reins of power, determined to ensure his uncontested authority among the nobles and generals. Most of the Macedonian generals quickly swore loyalty to the young king, recognizing in him the energy and determination needed to continue Philip's expansionist plans. However, two renowned military commanders still held back: the experienced and respected General Parmenion, who commanded vast forces, and his ally Attalus, an ambitious man who had never hidden his hostility toward Alexander and Olympias. Parmenion was, at the time, the most respected and experienced of the Macedonian generals, having played a central role in Philip II's rise to power. Renowned for his exceptional strategic skills and his success in multiple military campaigns, he had led crucial battles that expanded Macedonia's borders and ensured the kingdom's military supremacy. His reputation for effective leadership, strategic caution, and loyalty to Macedonian military traditions made him a vital figure in the kingdom's political and military landscape, someone whose support could either solidify or destroy Alexander's new rule. For this reason, the new king treated the veteran general with great care. Attalus made no secret of his intent to overthrow Alexander, publicly expressing his opposition and contempt for the young king. He took advantage of existing tensions in Greece to try and stir up a rebellion, offering secret support and attempting to build alliances with the Athenians, who traditionally resented the Macedonian dominance imposed by Philip II. His objective was clear: to use Athens' prestige and power as a launchpad for a widespread insurrection against Alexander's authority. Attalus knew that a successful revolt would not only weaken the young king's position, but also pave the way for him to take a central role in Macedonia's leadership. Alexander harbored a special hatred for Attalus, never forgetting that it was this very man who had been responsible for the humiliating exile he and his mother had suffered during a turbulent period of his adolescence. Attalus, in turn, had even deeper reasons to despise Alexander, as the young king was directly associated with the brutal deaths of his daughter, Cleopatra Eurydice, and his grandchild, Philip II's legitimate heir. These tragic events left an open wound in Attalus's pride and heart, fueling his resentment as he actively spread the belief that Alexander had been the true mastermind behind Philip's assassination. His propaganda aimed to undermine Alexander's legitimacy in the eyes of the Macedonian nobles and Greek allies, portraying him as a ruthless usurper capable of any atrocity in pursuit of personal ambition. Determined to eliminate any threat to his stability, Alexander sent a trusted man, Hecataius, accompanied by a detachment of soldiers with clear orders: bring Attalus to him, dead or alive. At the same time, Alexander was carefully negotiating with Parmenion, offering him a decisive role in the upcoming campaign against Persia. Parmenion, pragmatic and shrewd, quickly realized that his survival depended on forming a solid alliance with Alexander, and he agreed to serve under his supreme command. Attalus, isolated and betrayed by his own allies, took refuge in a city in Asia Minor, trusting that distance would protect him from Alexander's wrath. But he hadn't counted on the young king's relentless determination. The men sent by Alexander, led by Hecatæus, stealthily infiltrated the refuge where Attalus was hiding. The ambush was swift and brutal. Attalus tried to fight back, fiercely defending himself with his few remaining followers, but was soon overpowered by Alexander's seasoned soldiers. Without mercy, Hecatæus's men executed him on the spot, carrying out the king's orders to the letter. With Attalus's bloody death, Alexander had finally neutralized the last major internal threat. The brutal execution also served as a chilling warning to his enemies, making it clear what fate awaited anyone who dared to challenge or question his authority. Even so, Alexander couldn't rest. The Greek city-states, accustomed to swearing loyalty to Philip, arrogantly refused to extend their oaths to the son of the late conqueror, or submit to the young Macedonian king. Rebellion was brewing, led by the great cities that saw Philip's death as an opportunity to reclaim their lost autonomy. Caution advised Alexander to wait and consolidate his power base before confronting the rebellious Greeks. But driven by a burning desire to prove himself, the young king chose to ignore the risks and boldly marched his army south. It was more than just a military campaign. It was a symbolic statement, an open challenge to all who doubted his ability to lead. This was Alexander's first decisive step, marking the moment he began to emerge from Philip's colossal shadow. His journey toward greatness had begun, marked by blood, ambition, and an unrelenting determination to leave his own mark on history. Alexander was still in the process of consolidating his power in Macedonia when the Greek cities decided to rebel against the hegemony imposed by Philip II. Athens, Thebes, and several cities in Thessaly quickly began organizing, planning a war of liberation to regain their autonomy and expel Macedonian rule. The young king, alert to the movements of the Greek cities, reacted with remarkable speed. Alexander immediately mobilized his army and began a march southward, aiming to demand the renewal of loyalty pledges from the Greek cities. His swift action took many Greek leaders by surprise, as they hadn't expected such an efficient military response. However, the Thessalian troops, experienced and well-positioned, strategically blocked the only southern passage, located near Mount Olympus in the Vale of Tempe. Attacking such entrenched forces directly would have been extremely risky, akin to the disaster the Persians faced against the Spartans at Thermopylae, where a vastly superior force was held back by a small, well-positioned contingent in a narrow pass. Alexander, aware of that historical precedent, knew that a frontal assault could lead to devastating losses and jeopardize his campaign before it had even begun. Demonstrating remarkable strategic cunning, Alexander ordered his engineers to cut steps into the mountainside and explore old, nearly forgotten trails, guided by local inhabitants and shepherds, allowing his army to secretly bypass the Thessalians' fortified position. By the time the Thessalian forces realized what had happened, it was too late. The Macedonian army was already behind them. Realizing resistance was futile, the Thessalian troops opted for immediate surrender. Alexander used his knowledge of history to avoid repeating the mistakes of the great Xerxes, but also managed to replicate his tactical success by finding a way to circumvent the obstacle. News that Alexander had outmaneuvered one of Greece's most respected armies without shedding a single drop of blood caused shock and fear in Athens and Thebes. For the leaders of these cities, this feat demonstrated more than just military might. It revealed an unrelenting resolve. Rumors spread quickly through the streets and assemblies, fueling fears that no resistance, no matter how well planned, would be enough to stop the advance of the young Macedonian king. The fear that Alexander could easily overcome any obstacle only deepened the Greeks' sense of insecurity, speeding up their discussions about the urgent need to negotiate peace before it was too late. Soon after, the Macedonian army arrived at the gates of Thebes, a city that symbolized historic resistance to Macedonian dominance. Thebes had not yet completed its war preparations, and, recognizing its unfavorable position, sent envoys offering surrender and requesting mercy. Alexander imposed strict surrender terms on the Thebans. They were to hand over hostages, allow a permanent Macedonian garrison in the Cadmea citadel, and fully renew their oath of loyalty to the League of Corinth, pledging to supply soldiers and resources for the imminent campaign against Persia. With the Thebans' immediate acceptance of these terms, Alexander secured control of the strategic city without having to resort to direct violence. Athens, aware of the military and diplomatic power Alexander had just displayed, also chose to submit peacefully. The Athenians were deeply worried that their glorious city might suffer the same fate as other historic cities at the hands of ruthless conquerors. The fear that Alexander might destroy the city as an exemplary punishment for its rebellion loomed over its political debates. The recent memory of the harsh terms imposed on the Thebans only intensified these fears, prompting Athenian leaders to quickly opt for a cautious and peaceful submission. Thus, Alexander achieved a political and strategic victory over the Greeks, reinforcing his public image as a magnanimous and wise ruler. To formalize his victory and secure the continued support of the Greek cities, Alexander convened a new meeting of the League of Corinth. The assembly took place in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation, with representatives from the major Greek cities in attendance. During the meeting, Alexander gave a speech emphasizing the importance of Greek unity in the face of the Persian threat, and reinforcing the legitimacy of his leadership by right and military merit. After intense debate, Alexander was officially recognized as lifelong hegemon, responsible for leading all the Greeks in the planned campaign against Persia. However, the Spartans, known for their pride and independence, categorically refused to join the alliance, claiming that their traditions and freedom were incompatible with submission to an external leader. This Spartan refusal was met with displeasure by Alexander, but he chose not to press the issue at that moment, aiming to preserve the image of voluntary Greek unity under his leadership. Alexander preferred to avoid any direct conflict with the Spartans at that point, focusing instead on strengthening his position for the upcoming campaign in Asia. He firmly believed that Spartan resistance was nothing more than an empty display of pride, and that Sparta no longer had the military and economic resources to effectively challenge Macedonian power, as Sparta's former strength was now just a faded shadow of its past. He therefore considered that this isolated opposition posed no immediate threat to his plans. However, over time, the persistence and symbolism of Spartan independence would inspire future revolts among other Greek cities, forcing Alexander to realize that his initial judgment had been mistaken, and that Sparta's apparent weakness concealed a resilience capable of undermining the stability he so deeply sought. While in the heart of Greece, Alexander decided to visit the famous Oracle of Delphi to learn what the gods had in store for his future. Upon arriving at the temple, he was met with hesitation by the priests, who claimed that the Pythia was unable to offer any prophecy that day, due to unfavorable conditions dictated by the religious calendar. Impulsive and unwilling to accept refusals, Alexander completely disregarded the warning and forcefully entered the sacred precinct. Under the astonished gaze of the priests, Alexander advanced to the priestess's private chamber, firmly took her by the arm, and led her to the main altar, demanding an answer at once. Visibly upset and surprised by the young king's audacity, the Pythia, in a burst of irritation, cried out loudly, "By the gods, there is no one who can resist you!" Alexander was satisfied. He had wrung from the prophetess exactly what he wanted to hear, promptly released her, and left the temple with a triumphant smile, confident that her words guaranteed him a glorious destiny. Rumors of the incident at the Oracle of Delphi spread quickly throughout Greece, sparking intense debates and conflicting interpretations among the Greeks. Many saw the event as irrefutable proof of Alexander's predestination, believing he was directly protected by the gods and destined for great achievements. Others, however, viewed the young king's impulsive actions as a grave disrespect to religious tradition and the gods themselves, interpreting the episode as a dark omen of unchecked arrogance. Regardless of these differing opinions, the general consensus was that an extremely powerful, determined, and charismatic figure was emerging from Macedonia, one whose influence and potential would surpass even the conquests of his legendary father. After returning to Pella, Alexander threw himself wholeheartedly into preparations for the upcoming military campaign in Asia Minor. With Greece pacified and the Greek cities firmly committed to the alliance under his leadership, Alexander summoned his generals, conducted thorough inspections of the troops, and meticulously organized the supplies and resources needed for such a massive undertaking. He was determined to surpass the military and political accomplishments of Philip, raising the Macedonian legacy to heights never before seen. After consolidating his power over Greece, Alexander returned to Macedonia, and just as he was beginning preparations for his campaign against the Persians, he received alarming news that Illyrian and Thracian barbarian tribes were invading his northern territories. The history of conflict between the Macedonians and these peoples dated back centuries, marked by deep and persistent rivalry. Illyrian and Thracian tribes frequently launched swift raids into Macedonian territory, taking advantage of moments of political or military vulnerability. In response, the Macedonians conducted violent and exemplary punitive campaigns, resulting in continuous cycles of revenge and hostility. This age-old rivalry had become an integral part of Macedonian military culture, fueling constant vigilance along the kingdom's borders. With the ambitious Persian campaign on the horizon, Alexander quickly realized he couldn't risk confronting the vast Persian Empire without first securing his rear. It was essential to make a decisive show of strength to discourage any future incursions while he was away. Alexander then organized a major military campaign to the northern lands. Rapidly mobilizing his forces and making detailed preparations, he showed exceptional skill in logistics and strategy. He gathered his father Philip II's veteran troops and young soldiers eager to prove their worth. Beyond the immediate military goal of repelling the barbarian invasions, this expedition would serve as a crucial test of Alexander's leadership and abilities in real combat. Success in this campaign would confirm his standing as an effective military commander to his army and reinforce his authority and morale among the troops, vital for the even more ambitious campaigns against the Persian Empire. The battles to repel the barbarians were swift and decisive, marked by the Macedonian troops' remarkable organization and discipline under Alexander's direct command. At first, the Illyrians tried to use the rugged terrain of their homeland to their defensive advantage, staging ambushes and surprise attacks against the invading forces. However, the Macedonians' superior strategy, combined with Alexander's inspiring leadership on the battlefield, quickly broke through these improvised defenses. In just a few clashes, the invaders were soundly defeated, forced to retreat chaotically back to their own lands, leaving behind many dead, prisoners, and military equipment. The young king, however, wasn't satisfied with merely repelling the invaders. Determined to impose an exemplary punishment to secure lasting peace, Alexander decided to push even further north, into lands inhabited by barbarian tribes beyond the legendary Danube River. The Danube held particular weight in the Hellenic imagination, often appearing in Greek myths and legends as a mysterious boundary between the civilized world and the wild barbarian domain. It was seen as a near mystical limit, beyond which lay unknown dangers and untamed peoples. By making the bold decision to cross the Danube, Alexander was not only facing a significant military challenge, but also breaking through deeply rooted psychological and cultural barriers. This action clearly symbolized his determination to surpass ancient limits, projecting an even more powerful and heroic image to his troops and allies. To carry out this unprecedented crossing, Alexander called upon his renowned corps of military engineers, experts known for their ability to overcome natural obstacles. Using advanced techniques for the time, they built floating bridges and sturdy wooden structures that withstood the Danube's strong currents. The Macedonian army crossed safely and swiftly, watching in awe the efficiency and precision of their engineers. On the other side of the river lived the Getae, a proud warrior people who traditionally considered themselves protected by the Danube's natural barrier. Accustomed to the security offered by the river's difficult passage, they had built no proper fortifications to defend their lands against a swift and efficient incursion. When they realized that the Macedonian army, with its well-trained troops and superior equipment, had managed to cross what had, until then, seemed an impenetrable barrier, the Getae fell into shock and confusion. Local leaders scrambled to rally their forces and organize a defense, but the surprise and fear had already taken deep root among the barbarian warriors, significantly weakening their ability to resist. Despite desperate initial resistance, with violent battles and fierce hand-to-hand fighting, the barbarian defenses were quickly overcome by the discipline and military effectiveness of the Macedonian forces. Alexander personally led some of these battles, displaying courage and ferocity that deeply inspired his soldiers. After decisive victories, Alexander ordered ruthless plundering and the complete destruction of several barbarian villages. Macedonian soldiers set fire to homes and granaries, while prisoners were taken and property was looted without mercy. Alexander made sure the punishment was exemplary and devastating, sending an unequivocal message to all the tribes in the region. Any aggression against Macedonia would result in brutal, merciless consequences. Faced with the overwhelming Macedonian strength and the inevitability of total defeat, tribal leaders, driven by desperation and pragmatism, quickly sent envoys to negotiate peace terms with Alexander. These negotiations, though scarcely recorded, certainly included harsh conditions imposed by Alexander. Among them was the requirement that the barbarian tribes supply contingents of skilled warriors to join the Macedonian ranks in future military campaigns in Asia. Illyrian and Thracian fighters were renowned for their exceptional ferocity in battle, especially in hand-to-hand combat and swift ambushes on rough terrain. Specializing in guerrilla tactics, these warriors were known for their remarkable physical endurance, bravery in extreme adversity, and mastery of weapons like short swords, spears, and small shields, granting them great mobility and effectiveness in sudden attacks. Incorporated into the Macedonian army, they played important roles as auxiliary troops and advanced reconnaissance units, further strengthening the operational capacity and versatility of Alexander's forces. This commitment to supply troops to the Macedonians reinforced Alexander's military power and established a new policy of strategic integration. Under this policy, conquered peoples were directly incorporated into the Macedonian army. This allowed for the quick replenishment of battlefield losses and helped forge bonds of loyalty with tribal chieftains, who benefited from generous shares of war spoils, reducing the likelihood of future rebellions or betrayals. Alexander's campaign in the barbarian lands was a resounding success, further cementing his reputation as a bold leader. However, while he was still leading troops in the north, a rumor quickly spread through Greece, claiming that Alexander had died in a violent ambush organized by the barbarians. According to the rumors, Alexander had fallen in battle after heroically resisting alongside his men. The consequences of this rumor were immediate and devastating. Several Greek cities, believing the powerful Macedonian king was truly gone, began planning revolts to reclaim their lost autonomy. The false report spread especially in Thebes, which saw in the supposed death of the young king the perfect opportunity to finally free itself from Macedonian rule. Still on his way back to Macedonia, Alexander received the news of the new Greek revolt with deep outrage and fury. He felt betrayed and was intensely angered by the persistence of these uprisings, especially from Thebes, a city that had already rebelled several times and was now betraying him again, despite the mercy he had shown in their last confrontation. Alexander saw this betrayal as intolerable. He decided that the Theban rebels would face an exemplary and final punishment. The young king was determined not only to restore Macedonian control, but also to send a clear and powerful message that would discourage future revolts and ensure lasting stability during his upcoming campaign in Asia. The stubborn Thebans would feel the full wrath of the Macedonian king in what would become one of the most brutal and violent episodes in Alexander's history. After a false rumor spread rapidly across Greece claiming that Alexander had died during his campaign against the barbarians north of the Danube River, the political climate became unstable and ripe for new rebellions. Thebes, a historic city famous for its glorious military past, saw in this rumor an ideal opportunity to reclaim its lost independence. Thebes was a city steeped in history, with a glorious past deeply rooted in Greek mythology. Considered the birthplace of legendary heroes like Heracles, Cadmus, and the tragic Oedipus, Thebes held a special place in Hellenic culture. Its military importance had been cemented after the Peloponnesian War, when Thebes, under the brilliant leadership of generals Epaminondas and Pelopidas, managed to end Spartan military supremacy in the decisive Battle of Leuctra. During that period, Thebes emerged as Greece's dominant military power until its defeat at Chaeronea by Philip II. However, despite that setback, the warrior spirit and memory of its past glories remained alive among the Thebans, driving them once again to pursue freedom. One of the key figures behind this rebellion was the Athenian Demosthenes, an influential orator and politician who harbored deep hostility toward Macedonian hegemony. Demosthenes actively promoted the revolt, using his political prestige and rhetorical skill to persuade other Greek cities to support the Theban cause. Driven by a desire to restore Athenian supremacy, Demosthenes presented the Athenian people with false reports of Alexander's death, further fueling their enthusiasm. The Persian Empire also played a key role in supplying large amounts of money and logistical resources to the Thebans, repeating a controversial alliance that had previously occurred during the Persian Wars. At that time, Thebes had allied with the invading Persians against their fellow Greeks, something widely regarded as a great disgrace in Theban history. Now, by once again accepting Persian gold to fund their resistance against the Macedonians, the Thebans were repeating a historic mistake, drawing criticism and deepening the negative perception of their stance among the Greek cities. Although many Greeks harbored resentment toward the Macedonians, the city of Sparta chose a cautious and neutral approach. Despite deeply hating Macedonia, the Spartans decided not to intervene directly. With the Thebans on the front line of resistance against the Macedonians, the Spartans preferred to remain in a defensive position at the Isthmus of Corinth, awaiting further developments. Upon learning of the Theban uprising, Alexander became furious. Returning from Thrace, he led his army toward Thebes, understanding that a swift response was critical to prevent other Greek cities from joining the revolt. The Macedonian army reached Thebes with extraordinary speed, even before the Thebans had fully grasped the looming threat. Hoping to avoid unnecessary strain on his troops, Alexander initially offered generous terms for surrender, demanding only that the leaders of the rebellion be handed over, sparing the city and its people. However, the Thebans vehemently rejected the offer, proclaiming from their walls that any Greek city opposed to Macedonian tyranny would be welcomed to fight by their side. Alexander's patience ran out when he realized the Thebans were using Persian military equipment, including scorpions and catapults. Outraged by this blatant betrayal, Alexander concluded that such an affront could not be tolerated. The Thebans' use of Persian weaponry was not only a personal insult, but also proof that the Persian plan to sow internal divisions among the Greeks was producing dangerous results. Determined to send an unequivocal message to the rest of the Greek cities, Alexander resolved to punish Thebes in an exemplary and merciless manner. During the siege of Thebes, Alexander demonstrated his strategic brilliance by carefully dividing his army into 3 distinct columns. The first column advanced directly against the Theban fortifications, launching a strong frontal assault to test the strength of the defenses. As the first wave of attackers began to lose momentum and show signs of exhaustion, a second column immediately took over the assault, maintaining relentless pressure on the defenders and allowing them no time to rest or regroup. The third column, composed of fresh troops and experienced veterans, stood ready to charge at the decisive moment, ensuring the Theban resistance would gradually be worn down. Simultaneously, the Macedonian garrison at the Cadmea citadel played a crucial role. These Macedonian soldiers, stationed in Thebes since the last peace treaty and now surrounded by the Thebans during the siege, patiently awaited an opportunity to act. At the critical moment of the battle, strategically coordinated with the external assault, they launched a surprise attack from inside the city, breaking through the Theban defensive lines and causing widespread panic and disarray among the defenders. This perfect combination of simultaneous attacks from outside and within the city was decisive in completely collapsing Thebes' military organization, thereby securing Macedonian victory. Facing the imminent threat, the Thebans freed and armed their slaves, a desperate move to strengthen the city's defense. Despite their fierce resistance, the defenders of Thebes could not withstand the numerical and strategic superiority of the Macedonian army. After overcoming the opposition, Alexander's forces carried out a ruthless massacre. All public buildings and private homes were systematically demolished, symbolizing absolute power and the exemplary punishment imposed by the Macedonians. The soldiers, fueled by accumulated hatred and a thirst for revenge after the brutal battle, showed no mercy, not even in the face of desperate pleas from the defenseless population. Approximately 6,000 Thebans were killed in the initial massacre, while around 30,000 survivors were captured and sold into slavery throughout the markets of Greece. The sheer scale of this brutality not only deeply shocked the Greek world, but also set a grim precedent for the consequences of defying Alexander and Macedonian rule. News of the devastation had immediate consequences in other Greek cities. Several cities quickly sent envoys with offers of submission, and even the heads of rebellious leaders to avoid a similar fate. Athens, in particular, rushed to send representatives to negotiate, initially facing Alexander's harsh demand for the surrender of Demosthenes and other agitators. After intense negotiations, Alexander agreed to reduce his demands, accepting only the exile of one of the main rebel leaders. The Theban episode firmly cemented the fear and authority commanded by the young Macedonian king among the Greek cities. Despite the widespread moral condemnation that the brutality provoked, Alexander had drawn a clear line against future uprisings. With Greece pacified, Alexander turned back to the final preparations for his military campaign in Asia Minor. The resources and soldiers acquired after Thebes' fall further strengthened his military capabilities. Years later, in 315 BC, Thebes was partially rebuilt with the support of Greek cities like Athens, but it never fully regained its former glory. The destruction caused by Alexander remained a grim reminder of the devastating consequences of defying Macedonian power. Determined to surpass the conquests of his father, Philip II, Alexander was now fully prepared to begin his legendary campaign in Asia Minor. After pacifying Greece and reinforcing the borders of the Macedonian kingdom, Alexander finally turned his focus to the goal he had dreamed of since his youth: the invasion of Asia and the conquest of the mighty Persian Empire. His army, now assembled in Pella, buzzed with excitement and anticipation for the great adventure about to begin. Alexander left Macedonia under the rule of the experienced general Antipater, a highly respected Macedonian commander and statesman who had served faithfully and competently during the reign of Philip II. Renowned for his strategic skill, political wisdom, and firm leadership, Antipater was seen as the ideal choice to govern Macedonia in Alexander's absence. He was entrusted with the crucial mission of maintaining internal stability, repelling any invasions, and suppressing revolts that might threaten the kingdom's security and integrity during the young king's prolonged absence. Before his departure, many advisors urged Alexander to marry and produce a legitimate heir, to secure the succession of the Macedonian throne and prevent future succession crises. This concern was well-founded, given the high risk of instability that could arise if Alexander were killed or incapacitated during his military campaign. The absence of a clear heir could trigger fierce disputes among the Macedonian nobles and generals, potentially plunging the kingdom into civil war and political fragmentation. Dynastic continuity was essential not only to preserve internal order, but also to ensure that conquered territories remained under Macedonian control, safe from internal uprisings or external invasions. However, Alexander, impatient and driven by a sense of urgency, categorically refused. He firmly believed that the time to act was now, and that success in his Asian campaign would naturally solidify his position and resolve the succession issue over time. Ignoring his advisors' cautious concerns and completely consumed by his desire to conquer and immortalize his name, he decided to set off immediately with his army toward Asia, implicitly accepting the risks of not having a legitimate heir to the throne. On the other side of the Hellespont stretched the vast and opulent Persian Empire, a superpower that held economic and military dominance from Asia Minor to India. With its capital in Persepolis, the Persian Empire controlled a massive territory inhabited by diverse peoples and cultures, all of whom paid regular tribute to the Persian crown, ensuring its almost limitless wealth. Its armies were composed of diverse contingents, including fearsome archers, specialized cavalry, and elite troops known as the Immortals. Moreover, its extensive network of roads and outposts enabled rapid troop mobilization and effective communication throughout the empire, making it a formidable opponent for any invader. Though still immensely powerful, the Persian Empire was facing a critical moment of internal vulnerability. Frequent power struggles among the nobility and the royal family had created deep divisions within the Persian court, weakening the empire's political cohesion. Ongoing palace conspiracies bred an atmosphere of paranoia and widespread distrust among military and political leaders, undermining the effectiveness of strategic decision-making. In addition, local rebellions frequently erupted in provinces like Egypt and Babylon, draining essential resources and dispersing forces that could otherwise defend the empire from outside threats. These combined factors made the Persian Empire vulnerable to invasion and presented Alexander with a remarkable opportunity to exploit and further destabilize a seemingly invincible enemy. The Macedonian army, meticulously trained and refined over the years by Philip II, was a formidable military force. The disciplined and well-armed Macedonian phalangites formed the core of this army. Alongside them stood the cavalry, comprising Macedonian horsemen and the renowned Thessalian riders, known for their superior battlefield skills. Additionally, Balkan contingents and Greek auxiliary troops, who saw this campaign as a chance for wealth and glory, completed Alexander's force. Though powerful, the Kingdom of Macedonia had limited resources to support a prolonged campaign. This imposed immediate pressure on Alexander. The Asia campaign had to be swift, efficient, and above all, profitable from the start to secure the supplies and resources needed for the Macedonian army's advance. Upon crossing into Asia via the Hellespont, Alexander immediately took center stage. His ship was the first to land on Persian soil. In a symbolic gesture, he hurled his spear from the ship onto the shore, watching it embed itself firmly in the sand. That act, heavy with meaning and witnessed by his army, proclaimed his claim to these new lands. Near the landing site lay the ruins of the legendary city of Troy. Deeply influenced by mythology and the epic tales of Homer, Alexander ordered several sacrifices to the gods, especially in honor of Achilles and Patroclus, the great heroes of the Trojan War. Amid the ceremonies, local priests led him to the tombs of the ancient Greek warriors, granting him a symbolic encounter with his legendary idols. The young king was especially moved before the tomb of Achilles, the hero who had been his greatest role model since childhood. There, at the resting place of the legendary warrior, Alexander made silent vows to surpass the deeds of the great Greek hero, determined to leave an everlasting mark on history. During his stay near Troy, priests presented him with supposed relics of the ancient heroes. Although Alexander doubted their authenticity, he chose to distribute them among his most distinguished officers and soldiers. This was a shrewd move, as it immediately boosted troop morale and reinforced the heroic image of the campaign. Officers proudly displayed these artifacts on the battlefield, feeling protected and blessed by the ancient gods. Meanwhile, word of Macedonians' imminent arrival spread rapidly through the Persian provinces of Asia Minor. At first, King Darius III of Persia underestimated the threat, but he soon realized he was facing a serious challenge. Persian generals, aware of the Macedonians' strength and efficiency, quickly began mobilizing troops to confront Alexander, recognizing the gravity of the threat. Military units were summoned from nearby regions to reinforce defenses in Asia Minor. Additionally, local leaders were given explicit orders to prepare fortifications and strengthen the garrisons of strategic cities along the main Macedonian routes. The Persians also attempted to recruit Greek mercenaries and experienced soldiers from distant regions, using their wealth to rapidly bolster their ranks. Despite internal tensions, Persian military commanders tried to present a united and solid front before their troops, knowing that soldier morale and strategic cohesion would be crucial to defeating the army led by the young Macedonian king. The Greek cities of Asia Minor, located along the western coast, had lived for decades under Persian domination, though they had strongly preserved their Greek culture and traditions. These cities, such as Ephesus, Miletus, and Halicarnassus, were important centers of commerce and culture, yet they were under the authority of Persian satraps, paid heavy tributes, and supplied troops to the Persian imperial army. However, Persian rule was often seen by the local Greeks as oppressive tyranny, fueling resentment and a latent desire for independence. Alexander counted on this very sentiment to quickly gain the support of these cities, offering them liberation from Persian rule and an honorable place within his growing empire. Aware of the need to act fast, Alexander began preparing his army to advance on the Greek cities still under Persian control. For him, it was essential to liberate these cities swiftly, gaining allies and securing valuable resources to sustain his campaign deep into the heart of the Persian Empire. Now, with his army fully prepared and driven by the promise of eternal glory and boundless riches, Alexander set out into the interior of Asia Minor, determined to face and defeat the Persians, embarking on a campaign that would shape his destiny and irrevocably alter the course of history. Alexander was advancing through Asia Minor, determined to liberate the Greek cities and directly challenge the vast power of the Persian Empire. Near the legendary city of Troy, where he had paid tribute to the ancient Greek heroes, his army was preparing for the first major military test of the campaign. On the banks of the Granicus River, the opposing armies stood face to face, carefully assessing one another. The river, though neither wide nor deep, posed a significant tactical challenge, as any attempt to cross it would expose the attacking troops to concentrated fire from defenders on the opposite bank, leaving them vulnerable and disorganized. The Macedonian army consisted of approximately 30,000 infantry soldiers, highly disciplined and arranged in tight phalanx formations, and about 5,000 cavalry, including the famous companion cavalry personally led by Alexander. On the other side, the Persian army, superior in number, exceeded 40,000 men, composed of various troops from different regions of the vast Persian Empire. Notable among them was the Greek general Memnon of Rhodes, commander of a significant contingent of Greek mercenaries, experienced men skilled in the art of war. On the eve of the battle, Parmenion, the veteran general and trusted advisor to Alexander, urged caution, advising the young king to wait for a more opportune moment to attack. Alexander listened patiently to the advice, but firmly decided against it, fearing that hesitation might allow the arrival of Persian reinforcements and further complicate his plans. The night before the battle, Alexander gathered his generals for an intense strategic discussion. Under the flickering torchlight, Parmenion repeated his concern about an immediate river crossing, emphasizing the risk of disorganization and vulnerability of the troops in the face of the enemy. Other generals partially agreed, suggesting alternative tactics, such as a diversionary maneuver to lure the Persians, or waiting for a better opportunity. Alexander listened carefully to each argument but remained resolute. He outlined a bold plan for the next morning. The companion cavalry, under his personal command, would quickly cross on the right flank, while the center launched a simultaneous attack to distract the Persian forces. Even in the face of his officers' initial doubts, Alexander expressed total confidence in the plan's execution, insisting that speed and surprise would be key to victory. Meanwhile, the Persian high command evaluated the situation with confidence, but also subtle apprehension. Although their generals were aware of Alexander's growing reputation and the efficiency of the Macedonian army, they held an almost absolute belief in victory due to their numerical superiority and the tactical advantage of holding a defensive position behind the river, especially as time was on their side, with reinforcements en route. Many Persian officers genuinely believed that the overwhelming strength of their troops, combined with the seasoned leadership of generals like Memnon of Rhodes and his Greek mercenary contingent, would be more than enough to halt the Macedonian advance. The Greek mercenaries, in turn, felt the pressure of battle weighing on them even more heavily, knowing that their performance could determine not only the outcome of this clash, but also their future reputations on the battlefield. The next day, to the piercing sound of trumpets, the attack began. The companion cavalry, led directly by Alexander, advanced on the right, immediately facing fierce resistance as they crossed the turbulent waters of the Granicus. In the center, light infantry and part of the cavalry advanced in a coordinated push, but quickly encountered a fierce barrage of arrows, javelins, and projectiles hurled by the Persians, resulting in considerable losses. The crossing of the Granicus River revealed countless acts of heroism and sacrifice among the Macedonian soldiers. As they advanced under the intense rain of Persian arrows and missiles, many soldiers showed extraordinary bravery, protecting their comrades and holding formation, even in the face of heavy casualties. There were reports of wounded soldiers who continued to fight valiantly, inspiring those around them. One young officer, mortally wounded, refused to be carried off the battlefield until his unit had safely reached the opposite bank. One common soldier, seeing his commander struck down, risked his life to carry him to safety, only to be fatally struck while saving his comrade. Despite the initial casualties, the simultaneous advance of the Macedonian troops through the center fulfilled its strategic goal by distracting the Persians and allowing Alexander's cavalry to complete the crossing successfully. Alexander quickly regrouped his cavalry on the far bank and led a devastating flank attack on the Persian forces, catching them completely off guard. In the chaos of the fierce cavalry battle, Alexander displayed extraordinary courage, personally taking extreme risks and leading by example. He quickly spotted Mithridates, a renowned Persian general and son-in-law of King Darius III himself, skillfully commanding Persian cavalry at that critical point in the fight. Without hesitation, Alexander charged, directly engaging the enemy general in a violent duel. The combat was brief, with both men displaying exceptional martial skill, but it was Alexander's precision that triumphed. With a swift and powerful blow, the young Macedonian king struck a fatal hit on Mithridates, felling him in front of the Persian troops and sending a wave of shock and terror through the enemy lines, deeply shaking the morale and cohesion of nearby units. Shortly after, the Persian officer Rhasaces, enraged by Mithridates' death, charged furiously at Alexander with clear intent for revenge. Taking advantage of the moment as Alexander was regaining his balance after the previous duel, Rhasaces delivered a powerful strike aimed directly at the young king's head. However, Alexander's sturdy bronze helmet absorbed the brutal impact, saving his life by a thread. Displaying lightning-fast reflexes and exceptional swordsmanship, Alexander immediately countered with a precise sword strike, landing a deadly blow on Rhasaces and eliminating another Persian commander. The situation remained extremely dangerous for Alexander, who, amid the intense heat of battle, didn't notice the stealthy approach of Spithridates, a Persian commander determined to assassinate the Macedonian leader. Spithridates closed in quickly from behind, sword raised for a killing blow. At the last second, while Alexander was still distracted by the fighting around him, Cletus, one of his loyal and experienced bodyguards, spotted the imminent threat. With extraordinary agility and no hesitation, Cletus lunged forward and landed a powerful sword strike, severing Spithridates' right arm. The Persian let out a cry of pain and fell from his horse. That fearless act saved Alexander's life from certain death. This episode further boosted the morale of the Macedonian troops, who seized the moment of chaos to complete the river crossing and launch a massive frontal assault on the Persian army. The Persians quickly descended into total disarray, leading to a frantic and desperate retreat. The Greek mercenaries under Memnon, seeing the collapse of the Persian forces, tried to regroup quickly in a solid defensive position, aware that the situation had become dire. Forming a tight formation, they created a defensive barrier with shields and spears, trying to protect one another from the rapidly approaching Macedonian assault. Realizing that resistance would be useless against the superior Macedonian force, Memnon's men sent envoys to negotiate terms of surrender. hoping to avoid a massacre. However, Alexander categorically rejected their offers, determined to send a clear and unambiguous message to all Greeks considering fighting alongside the Persians. Treason would not be tolerated, and there would be serious consequences. This ruthless rejection of terms intensified the panic among the Greek mercenaries, setting the stage for a decisive and brutal Macedonian attack. The Macedonians launched an unrelenting assault, resulting in devastating losses for the Greek mercenaries. Their desperate resistance quickly collapsed under the numerical and tactical superiority of Alexander's troops. In the chaos of battle, many were killed in fierce and merciless combat, while others desperately tried to surrender without success. Commander Memnon managed to escape and would continue to lead Persian resistance against the Macedonian invaders in future engagements. But on that day, the victory was spectacular, with minimal Macedonian losses, further cementing the fame and prestige of the young king. Alexander was greeted with fervent cheers from his soldiers, hailed as a true hero on the battlefield. This was the Macedonians' first major victory against the Persians in the campaign. However, Alexander knew full well that this victory was only the beginning of a long and challenging war against the mighty Persian Empire. The battle at the Granicus River had secured his initial hold on Asia Minor, but much more remained to be conquered. After the decisive victory on the banks of the Granicus River, Alexander firmly established his control over Asia Minor, taking possession of vast territories that had once belonged to the Persian Empire. The magnitude of this achievement did not go unnoticed by the local populations, who closely observed every move of the young Macedonian king. To consolidate his rule and project an image of continuity and stability, Alexander appointed the officer Callus as satrap of the region. The title of satrap had traditionally been used by the Persians to designate governors with broad administrative and military powers. By adopting this Persian administrative practice, Alexander intended to send a clear message that his conquest did not mean the destruction of existing structures, but rather the peaceful integration of these cities into his growing empire. Alexander's political strategy met with relative success. Many cities that had initially hesitated or remained loyal to Persian rule began opening their gates to the Macedonian army, choosing a peaceful transition instead of armed resistance. During his journey through Asia Minor, Alexander arrived in Ephesus, one of the richest and most culturally important cities in the region. There stood the Grand Temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. However, the temple had been destroyed by fire on the very day Alexander was born. Macedonian legends claimed that the goddess Artemis had turned her attention away in order to witness the birth of the man who would become the greatest conqueror of his age. Deeply moved by this tale and filled with sincere gratitude toward the goddess, Alexander publicly pledged to rebuild the temple, an act that further strengthened his acceptance among the local inhabitants. While most cities submitted peacefully, Miletus chose the path of armed resistance. The city's strategic location, with a highly defensible port that was vital to Persian naval operations, posed a direct threat to the future success of Alexander's campaign. If Miletus remained under Persian control, it could be used to launch surprise naval attacks along the entire coast of Asia Minor, placing the Macedonian army's supply lines and communications under constant threat. Understanding the strategic urgency of capturing Miletus, Alexander ordered the immediate siege of the city. Miletus resisted bravely, with determined and well-trained defenders, including a strong garrison of Greek mercenaries. These defenders, motivated by news of the earlier massacre of Greek mercenaries at the Battle of the Granicus, were prepared to fight to the end. To ensure the success of the siege and prevent Miletus from receiving reinforcements and supplies by sea, Alexander imposed a strict naval blockade on the city's harbor. Using his limited but strategically positioned fleet, the Macedonians tirelessly patrolled the waters around Miletus, intercepting any ships that tried to break the blockade. This measure effectively cut off Persian reinforcements and essential supplies, gradually weakening the city's defenses and playing a decisive role in its eventual fall. After intense days of siege, the Macedonians finally breached the city walls. The invasion was swift and effective, catching the defenders off guard and quickly breaking their organized resistance. Inside the city, the Greek mercenaries prepared for a desperate last stand, fully aware of the brutal fate suffered by their comrades in the previous battle. However, this time Alexander surprised everyone by taking an unexpectedly magnanimous stance. He offered generous terms to the Greek mercenaries, promising to spare their lives if they agreed to join his forces in the campaign against the Persians. Seeing a unique opportunity to survive and continue their military careers, the mercenaries readily accepted the conditions offered by Alexander. In another calculated move to ensure the goodwill of local cities, Alexander forbade his troops from looting Miletus, sparing the city and its inhabitants from further suffering. In exchange, he requested only a reasonable indemnity to cover the costs of the siege, a gesture that reinforced his reputation as a fair and merciful leader. Alexander's next strategic target was the important port city of Halicarnassus. This fortified city played a crucial role in maintaining Macedonian control over the coast of Asia Minor, and was vital to weakening Persian naval influence in the Aegean Sea. Alexander's main opponent in this battle was Memnon of Rhodes, an exceptionally talented Greek mercenary in the service of Persia. Memnon showed impressive strategic skill, organizing fierce resistance to the Macedonian siege, forcing Alexander to employ advanced and innovative siege technologies, including mobile towers, catapults, battering rams, and ballistae. The fighting in Halicarnassus was intense and bloody, raging through the streets and alleys of the city itself. Greek mercenaries defended the city with fierce determination, which led to a dramatic and singular confrontation between Greeks fighting on opposing sides. When the defenders saw defeat looming, they chose to set fire to much of the city, denying Alexander a fully intact victory and forcing him to capture a partially ruined city. Although defeated, Memnon managed to escape by sea, remaining a dangerous adversary. He continued to plan future attacks on Alexander's rear, showing that the campaign in Asia was far from over. Despite these land victories, the powerful Persian navy still posed a constant threat to Macedonian military operations. Aware of the limitations of his own naval power, Alexander made the difficult strategic decision to abandon immediate control of the Aegean Sea and concentrate all military efforts on land campaigns. However, to neutralize the Persian naval threat and secure his rear, Alexander devised a comprehensive plan to systematically conquer every coastal city along the Mediterranean, from Troy to Egypt. By doing so, he would ensure that no port could be used by the Persians as a naval base, effectively protecting his supply lines and allowing him to advance safely toward the heart of the Persian Empire. During this campaign, Alexander arrived in the city of Gordia, known throughout the region for its ancient and intriguing local prophecy. This prophecy claimed that the future ruler of all Asia would come to the city riding a humble ox cart. Its fulfillment occurred when the peasant Gordius entered the city in such a cart and was crowned king. In gratitude to Zeus for his unexpected rise, Gordius tied the cart to the temple of the supreme god with a complex knot, vowing that his descendants would rule as long as the knot remained intact. Generations later, with the Gordian line extinct, a new prophecy emerged declaring that whoever untied the knot would rule the world. Many had tried in vain to solve the knot's puzzle, until Alexander, aware of the prophecy and its importance, decided to take on the challenge. Alexander deeply understood the symbolic weight this challenge held for strengthening the Macedonian collective imagination.
by confronting and solving the riddle of the Gordian knot, he would reinforce the belief that his people were destined to achieve extraordinary conquests and widespread domination of the known world. This act would further boost the morale of his troops and solidify his image as a leader chosen by the gods, feeding the confidence and determination driving his campaign. After carefully studying the intricate weave of the knot, Alexander paused for a moment, feeling the weight of expectation from those watching his every move. With a determined expression, he drew his sword. In a bold and confident gesture, he sliced the knot in two. This act not only solved the riddle, but also sent a powerful message to all present, reinforcing his image as a practical, daring, and relentless leader when faced with seemingly unsolvable challenges. It demonstrated his belief that problems which appear impossible can be overcome with determination, creativity, and the courage to take paths others wouldn't dare. After the stunning victory at the Granicus River and the establishment of his initial control over Asia Minor, Alexander advanced with determination, ready to face the mighty Persian imperial army. On the other side, however, King Darius III was equally determined to halt the advance of the young Macedonian conqueror and protect the legacy and prestige of his vast empire. A decisive clash that would shape the future of two great civilizations was about to unfold. The site chosen for this crucial encounter was near the city of Issus, strategically located on the southeastern coast of Asia Minor, between the Mediterranean Sea and the Amanus Mountains. The region was a narrow coastal plain, hemmed in by mountains to the east and the sea to the west, creating a confined battlefield that limited wide maneuvers, ideal for Alexander's more compact, agile, and disciplined army. The terrain favored Macedonian tactics, allowing Alexander to control movement and prevent the Persians from fully leveraging their numerical superiority and the sweeping maneuvers of the powerful Achaemenid cavalry. Moreover, the proximity to the sea made it harder for defeated troops to flee, heightening the psychological stakes of the battle and giving it an even more decisive and deadly aura. Aware of the Persian numerical superiority, Alexander carefully devised his strategic approach. He positioned his heavy infantry, organized in Macedonian phalanxes, at the center of the formation, flanked by cavalry commanded by himself and his most trusted officers, such as Parmenion. Alexander also deployed light units and archers on the flanks to provide protection and greater flexibility in combat. Darius III arranged his troops with equal care, aiming to maximize his numerical superiority and exploit the diversity and specialization of his forces. The center of his formation was occupied by heavy infantry, composed mainly of experienced Greek mercenaries considered highly effective in close combat. On the wings were large contingents of the renowned Persian cavalry, whose speed and skill could quickly outflank and overpower the enemy. The Persian archers, famed for their accuracy and sheer volume of fire, were positioned just behind the infantry to inflict heavy losses on the Macedonians even before the main clash. Although imposing and numerically superior, the vast formation of the Persian troops made quick maneuvers and efficient communication difficult, leaving them vulnerable to concentrated and rapid Macedonian strikes. The Persian army under Darius III's command was significantly larger, with estimates ranging from 100,000 to 120,000 troops. In contrast, Alexander's Macedonian army numbered around 40,000 soldiers, including the disciplined and fearsome Macedonian phalanx, the agile and well-trained companion cavalry, specialized archers, and auxiliary troops. The more compact and disciplined disposition of the Macedonian forces allowed for swift and effective communication during battle, offsetting their numerical disadvantage with strategic and tactical superiority. Following an ancient Persian tradition, Darius brought with him to the military camp his mother, wife, and daughters, symbolically reinforcing his absolute commitment to victory and the survival of the empire. The presence of the Persian royal family had a profound emotional impact on the troops, highlighting the broader meaning of the battle and reminding every soldier they were fighting for the continuity and dignity of their civilization. Before the decisive battle at Issus, Alexander gathered his men in a display of powerful, charismatic leadership. With a firm and clear voice, he addressed his troops directly, stressing the historical importance of the confrontation and reminding them of the victories they had shared. Alexander emphasized they were fighting not just for glory or material gain, but for honor, freedom, and the legacy they would leave to future generations. He promised generous rewards, eternal recognition, and the respect of posterity, assuring them that the courage shown that day would echo through history. His words ignited their spirits and deeply strengthened their resolve, preparing them to fully face the Persian forces led by Darius. At dawn, the two armies were in position, facing one another across the narrow field near Issus. The Persian troops, confident in their numerical superiority, advanced first, aiming to quickly exploit their advantage. As at the Battle of the Granicus, a stream separated the two armies. This watercourse, known as the Pinaris, was about 5 to 15 meters wide in that sector, and roughly half a meter deep at its shallowest point. On Alexander's side, a slight elevation gave a defensive advantage and made it harder for Persian cavalry to charge. Darius ordered a massive opening barrage by his archers, unleashing a deadly storm of arrows aimed at weakening the Macedonian lines before the main clash. Anticipating this tactic, Alexander had positioned his troops in tight formation, protected by their shields and the compact structure of the phalanx, minimizing casualties from the projectile storm. The Persian infantry then advanced, placing the stream behind them. Alexander quickly seized the brief lull after the archers' assault to order his heavy infantry to advance, putting pressure on the enemy center. Simultaneously, he personally led a bold push by the companion cavalry on the right flank. On the left flank, the clash between Persian and Macedonian cavalry was fierce. The Persian cavalry, known for its exceptional mobility and quick maneuvers, attempted to encircle and disrupt the Macedonian horsemen led by General Parmenion. Parmenion faced the difficult task of holding off the Persian elite cavalry, buying time for Alexander to strike the enemy's left without having to worry about a counterattack. The companion unit, under Alexander's direct and inspiring leadership, showed unmatched discipline, superior skill, and relentless courage. The Macedonian cavalry's ability to maintain tight formations and execute coordinated attacks inflicted serious damage on the Persian auxiliary units protecting the right flank. This partial cavalry victory proved crucial in shifting the course of the battle, enabling Alexander to launch his decisive assault directly at the central positions where Darius III was stationed. While Parmenion struggled to hold the Persian cavalry at bay, and Alexander fought on the right, Darius was pressing hard against the center of the Macedonian infantry line, unaware he was walking into a trap, with Alexander preparing to strike the final blow. In the heat of battle, Alexander spotted a unique opportunity. He located the position from which Darius was commanding, protected by his royal guard. Driven by fierce determination, Alexander gathered an elite contingent of horsemen and led a swift, direct assault on the Persian royal position. The Macedonian charge was relentless and fast, catching Darius's royal guards off guard and spreading panic among their ranks. Though well guarded, Darius was deeply shaken by the boldness and proximity of the attack. Facing mounting pressure and a real threat to his life, Darius decided to flee to a safer location. His quick escape in a chariot was witnessed by the Persian troops and had a devastating effect on their morale. This decisive moment turned the tide of the battle, severely weakening Persian resistance, now being attacked from the rear, and boosting the morale of the Macedonian troops, who saw in Alexander's bravery a clear confirmation of his exceptional, divinely ordained leadership. The Persian troops initially tried to hold their ground after their leader's retreat, but their line quickly began to collapse as soldiers fled for their lives. Realizing his forces were unraveling and the battle was lost, Darius faced a critical and dramatic decision. Initially confident in his superiority, the Persian king became deeply alarmed as Alexander closed in with his personal cavalry. Fearing capture or death, Darius was urged by his generals to abandon the battlefield. The sight of their supreme leader fleeing triggered immediate chaos, turning a structured retreat into a panicked rout. Many soldiers, leaderless and mentally shattered, threw down their weapons and tried to flee, becoming easy targets for the Macedonian troops. Darius managed to escape to fight another day, but the Macedonians captured the Persian camp, where the king's mother, wife, and daughters were being held. Alexander only arrived after organizing the camp and tending to the wounded. He entered with Hephaestion, his companion, who was taller and more regal in appearance. The women, still weeping, knelt before Hephaestion, believing him to be Alexander. Embarrassed, Sisygambis realized her mistake and begged forgiveness. Alexander, smiling, lifted her up and said, "You too weren't wrong, mother. He too is Alexander." With that gallant phrase, he preserved the Queen Mother's dignity and publicly honored Hephaestion. Alexander astonished many by treating the royal prisoners with extreme respect and courtesy. He personally ensured the queen's safety and comfort, showing generosity and magnanimity rarely seen in war at the time. This compassionate treatment helped build his image as a just and noble leader, earning him respect and even sympathy from some of his former enemies. The victory at Issus marked a turning point both politically and militarily. The outcome of the battle deeply shook the morale of the Persian troops and spread a sense of vulnerability throughout the empire. For the Macedonians, the moral impact was the opposite. Their confidence and determination surged, strengthening their belief in the legitimacy and grand destiny of Alexander's campaign. After the victory, Alexander ordered that the city of Issus be treated with respect and restraint. Avoiding reckless looting, he sought to implement a clear policy of protecting civilian populations, ensuring their safety and minimizing local resentment. However, the city was required to provide an indemnity and supplies to support the campaign, securing vital logistical support for the Macedonian advance. The defeat at Issus had immediate and severe consequences for the structure of the Persian Empire. Confidence in Darius III was badly shaken among his generals and nobles, triggering internal divisions and seriously weakening the empire's political and military cohesion. Provinces that had once been loyal began to reconsider their alliances, recognizing the vulnerability of an empire that had seemed invincible. The loss of the royal family intensified the emotional and political blow, leading many regional leaders to openly question Darius's ability to maintain unity and authority over his vast lands. With his decisive victory at Issus, Alexander realized he had to seize the momentum and secure control of the Mediterranean coast, planning to capture all coastal cities and eliminate the Persian naval threat at his rear. He aimed to strengthen his position as much as possible before Darius could reorganize his army for another confrontation. After his monumental victory at the Battle of Issus, where he humbled the Persian leader, Alexander turned his focus to Tyre, one of the most important and strategically vital cities on the Phoenician coast. Tyre was an economic linchpin in the Mediterranean, but it was also an apparently impregnable fortress, situated on a fortified island. Before Alexander's arrival, the city of Tyre already boasted a millennia-old history of prominence and power in the Mediterranean. Founded on a rocky island off what is now Lebanon's coast, Tyre emerged as the foremost city-state of Phoenicia, a maritime civilization that dominated trade for centuries. Its strategic location and well-protected harbor made it a vital trading hub, linking the Near East with the Mediterranean basin. The Tyrians were unrivaled sailors and merchants, known for exporting the precious purple dye, extracted from local mollusks and a symbol of royalty and wealth throughout the ancient world, as well as cedar wood, glass, and other manufactured goods. Politically, Tyre was ruled by a monarchy subject to Persia, lending its ports to serve as bases for the powerful Persian navy, largely staffed by Phoenician ships and sailors. Upon reaching Tyre's vicinity, Alexander initially sought to negotiate a peaceful surrender, aware of the city's importance to his campaign. However, the Tyrian leaders categorically rejected the Macedonian proposals, confident in their robust defenses and the maritime protection provided by the great Persian fleet. Alexander had clear reasons to prioritize Tyre's capture that went far beyond its obvious economic and military value. Politically, taking Tyre would send a powerful message to the other Phoenician cities and to the still resistant Persian provinces, showing that not even the mightiest fortresses could stand against the Macedonian advance. Strategically, controlling Tyre would allow Alexander to secure the entire Phoenician coast, neutralizing the Persian naval threat in the Mediterranean and guaranteeing the essential logistical support for his future campaigns. The siege posed immediate and significant challenges. Tyre's island fortress was defended by strong walls and a well-equipped navy. To overcome these obstacles, Alexander undertook an impressive feat of engineering, building a massive causeway to link the island to the mainland, allowing his troops to advance directly to the walls. To achieve this monumental work, Alexander mobilized thousands of soldiers and laborers, who hauled enormous quantities of rock, earth, and timber to construct the causeway. They used tree trunks and large stone blocks as a foundation, filling in between them with earth to create a solid surface. For months, the Macedonian forces toiled relentlessly to build the causeway, enduring frequent, well-coordinated attacks by the Tyrian defenders. Tyrian vessels launched aggressive and effective assaults with fire ships and swift raids against the builders, significantly delaying the project's progress. The responsibility for breaking the Macedonian blockade and securing essential supplies and reinforcements for Tyre rested heavily on the powerful Persian navy. The Persian fleet, manned largely by Phoenician ships famed for their speed, maneuverability, and combat prowess, repeatedly attempted decisive maritime strikes against Alexander's forces. Their main objective was to destroy the nearly completed causeway and reopen a supply corridor to the besieged city. However, the combined and coordinated action of the naval contingents from the coastal cities, already conquered by Alexander, formed an effective barrier, progressively neutralizing the Persian incursions and preventing reinforcements from reaching Tyre. Slowly but surely, the causeway took shape, inching forward under constant Tyrian attack, until at last it became a secure ramp for the Macedonian siege engines to reach the city walls. At the same time, Macedonian engineers and specialists developed and deployed advanced siege technologies, movable assault towers, long-range catapults, and reinforced battering rams specifically adapted to Tyre's sturdy defenses. The prolonged siege of Tyre proved one of the toughest challenges the Macedonian army had ever faced, testing their military skill as well as their physical and psychological endurance. Months of back-breaking labor on the causeway under constant threat from enemy assaults wore down the soldiers, who had to fend off frequent Tyrian sorties and sabotage attempts. Additionally, adverse weather, heavy rains, and strong winds added to the operation's difficulty, directly affecting the troops' health and morale. Yet Alexander's determination and leadership were crucial in keeping his forces united and motivated, inspiring them through his presence and decisive strategic choices. On the other side, the inhabitants of Tyre displayed extraordinary resilience, driven by their resolve to defend their homes and independence. Their prolonged resistance impressed even Alexander himself. With the causeway finally completed and the imposing siege towers in position before the walls, Alexander prepared for the final blow. He orchestrated a massive, coordinated assault, synchronizing his land forces, advancing along the causeway with his navy, tasked with attacking the city's harbors to split the Tyrian defenses. Catapults and battering rams placed at the end of the causeway relentlessly pounded the southern walls until a breach was finally forced. Leading the charge personally, Alexander and his elite troops were the first to enter the city through the gap, while his fleets, under their commanders, stormed the northern and southern harbors, neutralizing the remaining Tyrian ships. What followed was a brutal massacre. The fury of the Macedonian soldiers, accumulated over 7 grueling months of siege warfare, was unleashed upon the narrow streets of Tyre. Although the Tyrian defenders fought bravely to the last, they were crushed by the invaders' tactical superiority and ferocity. The battle devolved into house-to-house slaughter, and few were spared. Alexander's victory was sealed with exemplary cruelty, intended as a lesson for the entire Persian Empire. The price of Tyre's stubbornness was staggering. Ancient sources report that about 8,000 Tyrians fell during the assault and street fighting. In an act of vengeance for the defenders' ferocity and the Macedonian losses, Alexander ordered 2,000 fighting-age men to be crucified along the coast, a macabre spectacle underscoring the cost of disobedience. The remaining 30,000 inhabitants, including women and children, were sold into slavery, sealing the fate of one of the greatest cities of its time. Only those who sought refuge in the Temple of Melqart, among them King Azamilcus, and a few noble families, were spared. Alexander's reaction to this costly victory was one of mixed relief. He had overcome a challenge considered impossible, proving that neither nature nor the most formidable human defenses could halt his advance. Strategically, Tyre's fall marked a decisive turning point. The Persian naval threat in the Mediterranean was annihilated, Macedonian supply lines were secured, and the road to Egypt lay completely open. The siege of Tyre was not merely a military triumph. It stood as the ultimate proof of Alexander's indomitable will and his ability to conquer the unconquerable, paving the way for the conquest of the rest of the known world. After the brilliant capture of Tyre, Alexander and his army, exhausted but victorious, knew their journey was far from over. Alexander's strategy was clear. Before marching on the heart of Persia and confronting Darius III, he needed to neutralize the enemy's naval power completely. To do so, it was imperative to seize control of every port along the eastern Mediterranean. With Phoenicia now under his dominion, only one final obstacle stood between him and Egypt: the ancient fortified city of Gaza. While still at Tyre, Alexander demanded that the high priest of Jerusalem, Jadus, send him troops and supplies. Jadus refused, citing his oath of loyalty to Darius. Furious, Alexander vowed to march on the city and punish it as soon as Gaza fell. Perched strategically atop a hill, Gaza was the last Persian stronghold on the Levantine coast, and the principal trading hub controlling the desert routes to Egypt and Arabia. The city was commanded by Batis, a eunuch whose loyalty to Darius was unshakable. Confident in his city's imposing walls and stocked with ample supplies for a long siege, Batis refused to surrender. He stared down the approaching Macedonian army and saw only another challenge to repel. Alexander arrived before Gaza, expecting swift submission, but Batis's defiance enraged him. The conqueror couldn't let an act of defiance go unpunished. It would be seen as weakness by the rest of the empire. The siege was declared. However, the task proved more arduous than anticipated. Gaza's walls were so high that the siege engines brought from Tyre were useless. Under Alexander's watchful eye, the Macedonian engineers concluded that the only solution was to raise the ground itself. Thus began one of the most impressive feats of military engineering in antiquity. Thousands of soldiers and laborers set to work building a massive earthen ramp around the city. Day and night they moved sand and stone, raising an artificial hill that slowly reached the height of the walls. During this colossal effort, Gaza's defenders were anything but idle. Archers rained an unceasing hail of arrows and launched surprise sorties, turning the construction site into a daily battlefield. In one of these clashes, Alexander, always at the forefront to inspire his men, was gravely wounded. An arrow fired from the wall pierced his breastplate and lodged deep in his shoulder. The wound was serious, and the king was hurried to his tent. News that their leader lay at death's door sparked panic in the Macedonian camp. But to everyone's relief, Alexander survived. His recovery, however, only fueled his fury and determination to crush Gaza. Finally, after 2 months of relentless labor, the ramp was complete. The siege engines were positioned, and the final assault began. Battering rams hammered at the walls, while assault towers poured soldiers onto the defenses. 3 times the Macedonians attacked, and 3 times they were repelled by Battis's fierce resistance. On the 4th attempt, led by a recovered Alexander thirsting for revenge, his troops finally breached the walls. What followed was a massacre. Consumed by rage, Alexander showed no mercy. Every fighting-age man was killed, his soldiers' blades taking some 10,000 lives. Women and children were torn from their homes and sold into slavery, the fate that was becoming the standard for those who dared defy the young conqueror. Gaza, the proud desert fortress, was turned into a silent tomb. But the fate of its commander, Battis, was the most terrible of all. Captured alive, the loyal eunuch was dragged before Alexander. Even in defeat, Battis refused to bow or acknowledge Alexander as his master. He stood silent, staring at his executioner with defiant scorn. Alexander declared that Battis would suffer the same fate as Hector at the hands of Achilles, the hero he idolized. Battis's heels were pierced, and leather straps bound him to the back of Alexander's chariot. The conqueror then whipped his horses, dragging the valiant defender's body around the city walls he had so bravely defended, until his life was brutally extinguished. With Gaza subdued and the road to Egypt open, Alexander resumed his march south. It is at this point in his story that one of the most enigmatic and debated episodes of his life appears: his visit to Jerusalem. News of Gaza's fall and Alexander's approach struck panic in Jerusalem. Jadus, the high priest, in desperation ordered public sacrifices and prayers. He proclaimed that his God had appeared to him in a dream and instructed him not to fear. He was to adorn the city, open its gates, and go out to meet Alexander, dressed in full ceremonial robes, accompanied by priests in white linen and the citizens. So it was done. When Alexander saw the procession approaching, he was surprised. His generals had expected an order to sack the city, but instead they saw their king dismount his horse, walk forward alone, and bow before the high priest. Perplexed, his general Parmenion asked why he, whom all worshipped, was bowing to the Jewish priest. Alexander replied that he was not worshipping the man but the god whose holy name he bore on his tiara. He then told them that, back in Macedonia before beginning his campaign, he'd had a dream in which a figure dressed exactly like Jadus urged him to cross into Asia, promising that this very god would guide his army and give him the Persian Empire. Led into the city, Alexander was taken to the temple, where he offered sacrifices according to Jewish tradition. He was then shown the book of Daniel, in which a prophecy foretold that a Greek king would come to destroy the Persian Empire. Enchanted, Alexander believed himself to be the fulfillment of that prophecy and granted the Jews the right to live under their own laws and exempted them from taxes during their sabbatical years. This story, however, is met with extreme skepticism by most modern historians. The chief argument against its veracity is the argument from silence. None of the Greek or Roman historians who serve as primary sources on Alexander, such as Arrian, Plutarch, or Diodorus, mention such an extraordinary event. It seems inconceivable that a detour to Jerusalem and such a miraculous meeting would have gone unnoticed by all of them. The only source that records this event is the 1st century Jewish historian Flavius Josephus. Moreover, scholars point out that the Book of Daniel was most likely written in the 2nd century BC, almost 200 years after Alexander's death, making the prophecy an anachronism. The prevailing view is that Josephus's account is nothing more than a legend, created later to elevate the prestige of Jerusalem and the Jewish priesthood, integrating his people into the grand Hellenistic narrative. Gaza chose resistance and was met with exemplary terror and annihilation. Its destruction served as a warning to all others. Jerusalem, in Josephus's story, chose submission and was rewarded with respect, autonomy, and divine favor. After laying waste to Tyre and Gaza, Macedonian control over the Phoenician coast and Palestine was now uncontested. Persian naval dominance in the Mediterranean, which had for so long threatened his lines of communication with Greece, was broken. Many generals, intoxicated by such victories, would have marched straight eastward into the beating heart of the Persian Empire in search of a final showdown with Darius. But Alexander was not like the others. His strategic vision was as grand as his ambition. He understood that advancing on Babylon and Persepolis with an unstable rear would be a fatal mistake. To the south lay the wealthiest region under Persian control, the lands of Egypt. To Alexander, Egypt was more than a prize. It was the key to a mighty empire. That region was the granary of the Mediterranean, an inexhaustible source of grain to feed his army in campaigns that would last years. It was a land of fabulous wealth, whose treasures could bankroll his endless wars. And crucially, it was the final Persian naval base. Leaving Egypt in Persian hands would be like pointing a dagger at his back. Since Cambyses II, son of Cyrus the Great, had conquered Egypt in 525 BCE, relations between Achaemenid rulers and their Egyptian subjects had been, at best, tense, and more often, openly hostile. The 1st century of Persian rule was marked by profound cultural and religious insensitivity. Cambyses had desecrated temples and mocked Egyptian gods, even fatally wounding the sacred Apis bull, the incarnation of the god Ptah. This sacrilege offended generations of priests and nobles who never forgot. The Persians ruled with an iron fist. Heavy taxes were levied to fill the great king's coffers in Susa, draining Egypt's wealth. Persian satraps were installed in Memphis, often showing little respect for the complex administrative and religious traditions that had governed Egypt for 3 millennia. When Alexander marched south, the satrap in Egypt was a man named Mazaces. His position was untenable. The garrisons he commanded were largely Greek mercenaries, whose loyalty was, at best, doubtful. He had heard the terrifying accounts of Tyr's fall and Gaza's destruction, and he knew that Darius, after his defeat at Issus, had retreated into his empire's interior to raise a new army, leaving the western provinces to fend for themselves. Mazaces was isolated, ruling a populace that hated him, with an army unwilling to fight for him, and facing a conqueror who seemed invincible. Egypt was ripe for the taking, a fruit ready to fall into the hands of whoever shook the tree first. The 7-day march across the arid desert separating Gaza from Pelusium, the eastern fortress of the Nile Delta, was the final test of the Macedonian army's endurance. Upon arrival, instead of defended walls and a hail of arrows, they found the gates wide open. Mazaces offered no resistance. He understood the futility of battle. Surrendering to Alexander was not only the safest choice, it was the only logical one. He handed over the fortress and the treasure it held. News of Pelusium's peaceful surrender spread along the Nile. To the Egyptians, it was not an exchange of one master for another, but the arrival of a liberator. Alexander, the Greek who had humiliated the hated Persians, was seen as the instrument of divine vengeance. As he sailed upriver toward the administrative capital of Memphis, riverside villages and towns exploded in celebration. Crowds pressed the riverbanks to hail the conqueror, not with fear, but with relief and hope. The entry into Memphis was a triumph. No sword was drawn, no blood was spilled. Satrap Mazaces greeted Alexander and formally surrendered the city, along with the remainder of Egypt's treasure. The populace cheered him. The powerful priests of Ptah, the guardians of Egypt's religious soul, saw in Alexander the opportunity to restore their god's honor and their temple's prominence. Alexander played the liberator perfectly. His first act in Memphis was not to impose his will, but to pay homage to the gods. He offered lavish sacrifices not to the gods of Olympus, but to the Egyptian pantheon, and, most significantly, to the Apis bull. This gesture was a masterpiece of public relations. It signaled to all of Egypt that he was not an oppressor like the Persians, but a ruler who understood and honored the sacred traditions of their land. Alexander's legitimacy was sealed in the great temple of Ptah at Memphis. There, in a ceremony rich with millennia-old symbolism, he was crowned Pharaoh of Egypt. Receiving the double crown, representing the union of Upper and Lower Egypt, he ceased to be merely a Macedonian king and a Greek general. He became a divine figure in the eyes of his new subjects, the sacred intermediary between gods and humanity, the guarantor of Ma'at, the cosmic order, truth, and justice. Being pharaoh was not just a political title, it was a priestly office, and Alexander embraced both roles. His coronation marked the culmination of his integrationist policy. By becoming pharaoh, the priests, who might have been a source of resistance, became his greatest allies, proclaiming his legitimacy in every temple along the Nile. With political and religious power consolidated, Alexander turned his attention to the future, to crafting a lasting legacy. He traveled to the Mediterranean coast, to the western edge of the Nile Delta. There, on a narrow strip of land between the sea and the vast Mareotis Lake, he found the perfect site for his grand ambition. It was there that Alexander personally sketched the outlines of his new city. The city would be called Alexandria. Alexander's vision for Alexandria was monumental. It would not be merely a trading post or a military fortress, but the new center of the world, a cosmopolitan metropolis where Greek culture would meet and merge with Egyptian wisdom and Eastern riches. It would be a city of Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, and merchants from every corner of the known world. He laid out the agora, the royal palaces, temples for Greek and Egyptian gods, and planted the seed of what would become the greatest center of knowledge in antiquity, the Museion, and its great library. The founding of Alexandria was Alexander's most prophetic act, the creation of a beacon that would shine for centuries, long after his empire had dissolved. Those lands stirred a deep fascination in the young conqueror, one that drove him on one of the most extraordinary journeys of his life. He decided to undertake a pilgrimage to the remote oasis of Siwa, in the heart of the Libyan desert, to consult the famed oracle of Amun. The Siwa oracle was revered throughout the ancient world. The Greeks had long identified the Egyptian god Amun, the Hidden One, with their own king of gods, Zeus, forging the syncretic deity Zeus Amun. Consulting this oracle was to seek the word of the supreme god. The journey was a trial by fire, 500 kilometers of merciless desert, with no roads or known water sources. Alexander's caravan lost its way, and water supplies ran dry. When disaster seemed imminent, accounts claim the divine intervened. A sudden torrential rain saved the army from thirst, and 2 ravens appeared to guide the expedition along the correct path to the verdant oasis. Upon reaching Siwa, Alexander was received with unprecedented honors. Contrary to custom, the high priest invited him into the Sanctum Sanctorum, the most sacred inner chamber. The exact questions and answers of the consultation remained a secret between Alexander and the oracle, a mystery he would take to his grave. Yet the public outcome was unmistakable and transformative. Upon leaving the temple, the high priest hailed Alexander not as a mere mortal, but as the son of Amun. This belief would profoundly shape his future actions, his self-perception, and his sometimes tense relationship with his Macedonian companions, who still saw him as first among equals, not as a god king. Alexander returned from the desert a changed man, his authority and sense of divine purpose affirmed. His time in Egypt, lasting about 6 months, was drawing to a close. Before departing, he set up a new, complex administrative structure for Egypt, one that reflected his distrust of concentrated power. Astutely, he divided authority. Military command was entrusted to 2 Macedonian generals, while civil administration was shared by 2 governors. The critical task of tax collection and financial management was assigned to Cleomenes of Naucratis, a local Greek. While notorious for his corruption, Alexander likely tolerated his greed in exchange for his proven efficiency and results. With Egypt pacified, loyal, and well organized, the machinery of his grand strategy was in place. Grain shipments to feed his troops were secured. The Nile's wealth filled his coffers. His southern flank and the Mediterranean were safe. No threats remained to his rear. In the spring of 331 BCE, Alexander was ready. Leaving Cleomenes in overall command, he marched out of Egypt, back across the desert, and into Asia. He was now more than king of Macedonia and leader of the Corinthian League. He was the great king of Asia Minor and the Levant, and the pharaoh of Egypt, son of Amun. With this new identity and the resources of the world's oldest land at his disposal, he set his sights eastward, the heart of the Persian Empire, and his decisive confrontation with Darius awaited. The Nile, which for centuries had witnessed the rise and fall of gods and pharaohs, now watched Alexander depart, crowned with the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. He left behind a carefully restructured administration, and along the Mediterranean coast, the seed of an immortal city that would bear his name, Alexandria. With Egypt secure and his fleet now master of the seas, the young king turned his gaze eastward. The true prize, the heart of the Persian lion, still beat, and Alexander fixed his spear directly on it. The march back through Phoenicia and Syria was a demonstration of power and purpose. The Macedonian army, a serpent of bronze and steel nearly 50,000 strong, moved with terrifying efficiency. Alexander did not rush into a blind pursuit of the Persian king. He knew that Darius, wounded in pride after his defeat at Issus, would not make the same mistake of being cornered in a tight space. This time, the confrontation would be on the great king's terms, on a vast plain where his numbers could finally crush the invader. As Alexander advanced, Darius III orchestrated the greatest mobilization the Achaemenid Empire had ever seen. From his capital in Babylon, messengers galloped to the farthest satrapies. From the Scythian steppes came mounted archers, men born in the saddle. From the mountains of Bactria, the noble heavy cavalry led by satrap Bessus. And from the plains of India, warriors and 15 war elephants, colossal beasts that seemed incarnations of nature's fury. It was an army that spoke 100 tongues, a mosaic of nations united by a single goal: to annihilate Alexander. Darius left nothing to chance. His strategists chose the decisive battlefield with meticulous care, a vast plain near the village of Gaugamela. For weeks, workers leveled the ground, removing every obstacle, bush or stone, that might hamper the charge of his deadliest weapon: 200 scythed chariots designed to mow down Macedonian infantry like ripe wheat. Darius was literally shaping the battlefield for his victory, turning the land into a deadly trap. Aware of the immense force gathering, Alexander trusted his secret eyes and ears. His network of scouts and spies, led by agile and cunning men, was the spearhead of his intelligence. They captured Persian scouts who, under pressure, revealed the terrifying scale and location of Darius's army. The great king was no longer fleeing. He awaited his conqueror with confidence. When the two armies were finally only days apart, a final Persian embassy arrived at Alexander's camp. Darius's offer was impressive, a confession of his own anxiety. He offered Alexander the hand of his daughter in marriage, a formal alliance, and all territory of the empire west of the Euphrates River. It was a reward that would exceed any conqueror's wildest dreams. In Alexander's tent, his oldest and most trusted general, Parmenion, weighed the offer.
"If I were Alexander, I'd accept."
Alexander's reply entered legend, echoing his boundless ambition. "I'd accept too, if I were Parmenion. But I am Alexander. Kings don't bargain for lands, they conquer them. And I don't steal my victories." The war would go on. On the eve of battle, the two worlds faced each other. Alexander's army of 47,000 men was a weapon of lethal precision. At its core stood the phalanx, 16 ranks of sarissas, forming an impenetrable wall of spear points. On the flanks were the elite, the silver-shielded hypaspists, and of course, the crown jewel, the companion cavalry, 2,000 of the finest horsemen in the world, led in person by their king. They were veterans, men who had bled together from Greece to Egypt, united by unwavering faith in their commander. Across the plain stretched a human torrent that ancient sources estimate at over 200,000 men. A number perhaps exaggerated, but one that reflects the terror it inspired. The Persian line ran for miles. Bactrian and Scythian cavalry, swift and deadly, anchored the flanks. In the center stood the 10,000 immortals, the king's personal guard, and Greek mercenaries who fought with the same discipline as Alexander's phalanx. And in front, like the teeth of a dragon, were the scythed chariots and war elephants, waiting for the signal to unleash chaos. The disparity was clear: quality versus quantity, discipline versus brute force. The commander's psychology that night sealed the battle's fate. Darius, fearing a surprise nighttime attack on his vast, undisciplined camp, ordered his entire army to remain under arms, standing in formation. Throughout the night, by torchlight, tens of thousands of men kept watch, their energy and morale draining with each passing hour. In the Macedonian camp, a surprising calm reigned. After inspecting the terrain and finalizing his plans, Alexander ordered his men to eat and rest. He himself withdrew to his tent and slept so deeply that his generals had to have his servants wake him at dawn. He wasn't anxious. He was ready. He didn't fear tomorrow, for he had already conquered it in his mind. At dawn on October 1st, 331 BCE, the sun rose over a field destined to become an altar of sacrifice. Mounted on his beloved Bucephalus, Alexander rode before his troops. He didn't give a long speech. His men didn't need words. Just a reminder. They weren't fighting for pay, but for glory. They weren't fighting for a distant king, but beside a brother in arms. In the final war council, he outlined a bold strategy, an asymmetric response to the Persians' overwhelming strength. The two forces took their positions on the battlefield. The Persian line stretched like a great wave, poised to engulf the Macedonian army and sweep it from the map. Alexander's formation was different, compact, flexible, and surprisingly deep. He'd posted a second line of infantry behind the main one, ordered to wheel and fight if flanked. His right wing was advanced, and his left formed an oblique angle, an unusual shape on the war chessboard. The battle began. Alexander led his right wing in a diagonal march, moving steadily to the right, parallel to the enemy line. Darius and his generals watched in confusion. Alexander seemed to be marching out of the carefully prepared battlefield. Fearing the Macedonians might escape or outflank his entire line, Darius ordered his left-wing cavalry to intercept Alexander, stretching and thinning his already long formation. Spotting the enemy cavalry on the move, Darius gave the decisive signal. The scythed chariots advanced. It was a terrifying spectacle, the roar of wheels, the neighing of horses, and spinning blades ready to slice flesh and bone. But Alexander had anticipated it. The light Macedonian infantry, the Agranians, advanced and unleashed a hail of javelins at the horses and drivers. At the same time, the front line of the phalanx opened its ranks, creating corridors in their formation. Chariots that survived the barrage rolled harmlessly through these corridors, only to be surrounded and neutralized by soldiers from the rear. The Persian surprise weapon had failed. Alexander's maneuver and the Persian cavalry's charge to contain him created exactly what he had hoped for: a point of tension, a fracture in the Persian front line. Near the center left, where the cavalry had broken off to pursue Alexander, a gap opened. It lasted only an instant, but an instant was all Alexander needed. He wheeled his companion cavalry into a perfect wedge, with himself at its tip, and plunged into the opening. The daring charge surged like a missile aimed directly at the heart of the Persian army, Darius himself, in his magnificent war chariot. The shock was brutal. The companions, with their long lances, shredded the Persian royal guard. Terror spread. Darius, from his elevated position, saw the demonic gleam in Alexander's eyes, the dust and blood, and the wedge of Macedonian cavalry carving a path of death straight toward him. He was not a coward by nature, but what he saw was not a man. It was a force of nature. In a moment of panic that sealed his empire's fate, Darius pulled his chariot's reins and fled. The Persian center, seeing the royal chariot vanish in a cloud of dust, collapsed. Their commander was gone, their will to fight evaporated. Panic turned into a disorderly rout. Victory seemed total. Alexander, at the height of his triumph, prepared to pursue and capture Darius, an act that would end the war once and for all. But then, a desperate messenger arrived, covered in dust and blood. On the left flank, the situation was catastrophic. Parmenion, facing Bessus's heavy Bactrian cavalry and the Indian horsemen, was on the brink of collapse. The Macedonian line had been broken, and the Macedonian camp was being looted. Alexander faced the hardest choice of his life. Should he chase Darius in total glory, risking the annihilation of part of his army? Or should he abandon the king's pursuit to save his men? His decision defined his character as a commander. With torturing frustration, Alexander halted the pursuit. He felt he could not abandon the men who had sacrificed everything to secure his victory. So he rallied his cavalry and, instead of heading east after Darius, wheeled and attacked the Persian horsemen ravaging his left flank. The battle was won. The plain of Gaugamela, prepared to be the Macedonian army's tomb, became the Achaemenid Empire's graveyard. The pursuit of fugitives lasted until nightfall. Persian casualties were immense, in the tens of thousands. In the silence that followed, Alexander rode into the Persian camp. There he found Darius's personal treasure, his chariot, his bow, and, most importantly, his mother, wife, and children, who were treated with the honors due royalty. That night, Alexander was no longer just king of Macedonia or pharaoh of Egypt. He was the great king, lord of Asia. The sun had set on 3 centuries of Persian glory, and a new dawn was breaking on the horizon. The Hellenistic Age had begun.
The shockwave of the Macedonian victory over the Persians at the Battle of Gaugamela rippled across all of Asia. But the Persian defeat was not the death blow to a decaying empire, as the Achaemenid Empire was still a robust superpower, with a sophisticated administrative system and immense wealth. Rather, it was a surgical strike at its command center. The authority of Darius III, the Great King, who fled the battlefield in desperation, was fatally compromised. His retreat eastward toward Ecbatana, the old capital of the Median Empire, was a desperate attempt to raise a new army from his loyal and remote eastern satrapies. However, this maneuver, though tactically sound, left the western heart of his vast domain, including the vital provinces of Babylonia and Susiana, dangerously exposed. The king's flight created a devastating power vacuum, sowing a crisis of confidence among his subjects and commanders, who now faced the relentless advance of the Macedonian army with no central leadership. For the powerful Persian satraps, men like Mazaeus and Babylonia, who were used to a significant degree of autonomy, the choice became starkly clear and existential: remain loyal to a distant and defeated king, risking the total destruction of their provinces in a futile siege, or negotiate with the new and overwhelming force approaching. Alexander had already demonstrated a pattern of clemency towards those who surrendered. The very administrative structure of the empire, with its powerful regional governors ruling over rich provinces, now became its greatest vulnerability. A line of dominoes ready to fall. Alexander didn't need to conquer kingdoms by defeating thousands of opponents. He only needed to persuade a handful of influential men that the future lay with him, not with Darius. As he marched his army south toward legendary Babylon, Alexander found no defended walls or armies drawn up for battle, but rather a supplicant. Mazaeus, the satrap who had fought bravely on the Persian right at Gaugamela before fleeing the field, made the pragmatic decision to surrender. He rode out to meet the conqueror, accompanied by his sons, formally offering his city, its formidable citadel, and its vast treasure. This act of submission was of immense strategic importance, for a siege of Babylon, famous throughout the ancient world for its impenetrable fortifications, would have been a long, costly, and bloody campaign. Alexander's entry into the city on October 21, 331 BCE, was turned into a masterpiece of political theater, a triumphal procession meticulously staged. The road leading to the city was covered in flowers and garlands, while silver altars burned incense, filling the air with a sacred fragrance. The Babylonians, led by their priests and nobles, lined the streets to greet Alexander, not as a hostile conqueror, but as a liberator. The procession included caged lions and leopards, magi chanting ancient hymns, and Chaldean priests, all carefully orchestrated elements
to present Alexander's arrival as a divinely sanctioned and legitimate event. It was a ritual that mirrored the welcome of victorious rulers in the past, like Cyrus the Great. Alexander consciously placed himself in a long and sacred lineage of Babylonian kings, an act that would resonate deeply with the local population and its influential priestly class. Alexander's first acts in the city were pure political genius. In a surprising move that shocked even his own generals, he reinstated the Persian Mazaeus as satrap of Babylonia. The decision guaranteed administrative continuity, calmed the fears of the Persian aristocracy, and sent a powerful message to other nobles across the empire. Cooperation would be rewarded. Mazaeus became a living symbol of Alexander's new policy of fusion and cooperation. Next, Alexander turned to the gods of the land. He ordered the restoration of the great Babylonian temples, most importantly the Esagia, the temple of the chief god Marduk. He offered sacrifices to Marduk according to the instructions of the Chaldean priests, demonstrating profound respect for local traditions. This action, guided by local experts, was a sophisticated propaganda maneuver. After consolidating his political and religious power in Babylon for about 5 weeks, Alexander marched his army for 20 days to Susa, the administrative capital of the Achaemenids. His reputation for pragmatism and clemency preceded him. Even before his arrival, the satrap Abulites surrendered the city and its treasure. Following his successful policy, Alexander kept Abulites in his civil post, installing a Macedonian garrison in the citadel to ensure military control. In Susa, Alexander seized a fortune of mythical proportions. Sources report the capture of about 40,000 talents of gold and silver in bullion, and another 9,000 in minted gold derricks. This treasure was transformative. It allowed him to pay his troops generously, reinforcing their loyalty. More importantly, it financed his projection of power into Europe. He immediately sent 3,000 talents to his regent, Antipater, to support the ongoing war against Sparta. The conquest of Persia was now paying for the stability of his European domains. Among the riches, there was a prize of even greater symbolic value. Alexander found the famous bronze statues of the Tyrannicides, Harmodius, and Aristogeiton, which Xerxes had stolen from Athens. In a gesture of enormous political weight, he ordered them returned to the Greek city. It was living proof that his campaign was, in fact, the great pan-Hellenic crusade of vengeance he had always proclaimed it to be. The road from Susa to Persepolis, the ceremonial and spiritual heart of Persia, would not be paved with flowers. Between the two cities lay the rugged Zagros Mountains, home to the fierce Uxian tribe. With audacity that bordered on recklessness, they demanded from Alexander the same tribute they had traditionally exacted from Persian kings for safe passage through their territory. Alexander's response was an example of tactical flexibility and cruelty. He pretended to agree to the terms, while secretly sending a force under Craterus to occupy the high ground and block the Uxians' escape route. He then launched a surprise nighttime attack on their villages, forcing the warriors to flee directly into the trap he had set. The campaign was a quick and brutal massacre that set a new precedent. Alexander's authority was non-negotiable. The defeated Uxians were forced to pay him an annual tribute in cattle and horses. After subduing the tribe, Alexander divided his forces. He sent his general Parmenion with the baggage train along the royal road, the longer, safer route, while he himself took a more direct and dangerous path toward Persepolis. It was then that his self-confidence led him to make a rare and nearly fatal mistake. Believing the way was clear, he neglected to send scouts and marched his army straight into a brilliantly prepared ambush at the Persian gates. The satrap of Persia, the heroic Ariobarzanes, with a small but determined force, had fortified the narrow, treacherous mountain pass. As the Macedonians advanced through the gorge, Ariobarzanes' men rained rocks and missiles from the slopes, inflicting terrible casualties and forcing Alexander and his army into a humiliating retreat. For the first time in a major battle in Asia, the great conqueror had been outmaneuvered and trapped. For an entire month, in January 330 BCE, Ariobarzanes defended the pass, a deep blow to Macedonian morale and a testament to the effectiveness of the Persian defense. Alexander felt like the Persian king Xerxes himself, blocked by Spartan resistance at Thermopylae. The frustrating stalemate was only broken when a local guide, perhaps a prisoner of war, a shepherd, or a tribal chief, revealed to Alexander a secret path that bypassed the Persian defenses. Under cover of night, Alexander led a contingent across the treacherous terrain and, at dawn, attacked the defenders from the rear in a devastating pincer movement. The Persians, caught by surprise, were massacred. The fate of Ariobarzanes became the stuff of legend. Some accounts say he died in a final heroic charge against the enemy lines. Others that he escaped to Persepolis, only to find the gates shut by a treacherous treasurer and was killed outside the walls. And a more prosaic version claims he simply surrendered. Defeat, humiliation, and final victory, achieved not through pure military genius, but through information from local sources, had a profound psychological effect on Alexander. His rage, pent up for a month, was about to explode. When Alexander finally reached Persepolis, the magnanimous liberator of Babylon had disappeared. In his place stood an avenger. He handed the city over to his soldiers to be plundered, a reward for the army, and a calculated act of terror. The Macedonians unleashed their fury, killing the men and looting the riches from private homes. Then Alexander seized the main royal treasury, the central repository of Achaemenid wealth accumulated since the time of Cyrus, a fortune that required an enormous caravan of 10,000 mules and 5,000 camels to transport. But material wealth was not enough to satisfy his fury. After a stay of 4 months, in May 330 BCE, Alexander committed his most infamous and controversial act. He ordered the destruction of the magnificent palace complex at Persepolis. The reasons remain debated. Some say it was a sober, deliberate political decision, a revenge for the Persian invasion of Greece and the burning of Athens by Xerxes 150 years earlier. General Parmenion objected, arguing it was unworthy to destroy what now belonged to Alexander, but the king insisted. Another version, more dramatic and popularized by Diodorus and Plutarch, places the event at a victory banquet soaked in wine. In this telling, the Athenian courtesan Thais, lover of Ptolemy, gives a speech urging the men to let women's hands avenge Greece by burning the palace. The drunken crowd roars in approval, and Alexander, caught up in the moment, rises and leads a drunken procession of arsonists, with Thais casting the first torch after the king. The destruction of the ceremonial heart of the Achaemenid dynasty was a definitive statement that the old regime was gone forever. The drunken revel, real or not, provided the perfect political cover, a convenient excuse for a calculated act of state terror, allowing Alexander to later express strategic regret after achieving his relentless goal. The palace, with its vast cedar beams and roofs, burned fiercely. The fire destroyed more than just one of the architectural wonders of the ancient world. It also consumed centuries of art, records, and religious texts, a catastrophic cultural loss. The blackened ruins would remain for centuries as a monument to the event. The burning of Persepolis
served as the symbolic funeral pyre of the Achaemenid Empire, marking the end of an era and the violent birth of a new one, forged by the ambition of a young man who saw no limits to his conquests. Smoke still rose from the blackened ruins of Persepolis. The flames that consumed the ceremonial heart of the Persian Empire had fulfilled an old desire for vengeance. But for Alexander, the thirst for victory was insatiable. With the crown of Asia firmly on his head, he knew that his empire, forged at Gaugamela, would only truly be his when the last ghost of the old regime was exorcised. That ghost had a name: Darius III. While Alexander consolidated his power in Ecbatana, the ancient Persian summer capital, Darius was a king on the run, a shadow of his former glory. The lord of an empire stretching from the Danube to the Indus now led a pitiful entourage, a handful of nobles and mercenaries whose loyalty faded with every mile eastward, heading toward the remote satrapies of Bactria and Sogdiana. Among those with him was a man who watched the king's weakness with the eyes of a predator. This was Bessus, satrap of Bactria, a distant relative of Darius and a man whose ambition knew no limits. Bessus, along with other nobles, no longer saw Darius as a king, but as an obstacle. The endless flight from Alexander seemed madness. To them, the Macedonian conqueror was a force of nature, impossible to withstand through loyalty to a defeated king. A new, bold, and treacherous plan began to take shape in the whispers of the camp. They confronted Darius, urging him to hand command over to Bessus so that a new army could be formed. When Darius, with the last shred of his royal dignity, refused, the conspiracy was sealed. On a summer night in 330 BCE, near the modern city of Damganaran, the conspirators acted. They arrested their king, placing him in a covered ox cart, and declared him their prisoner. News of the coup reached Alexander, who, smelling blood in the water, forced a relentless march to capture Darius before Bessus could use him as a bargaining chip. The pursuit was brutal. Alexander, leading a small contingent of his cavalry, rode day and night, covering more than 500 kilometers of desert in just 11 days, a feat of superhuman endurance. When they finally caught up with the fleeing caravan, it was too late. Bessus and his accomplices, seeing the dust kicked up by the Macedonian cavalry on the horizon, panicked. In a final act of cruelty and desperation, they stabbed Darius repeatedly with their spears and left him to die, fleeing to the mountains. Alexander arrived and found a scene that would haunt him forever. There, in the solitude of the desert, lay the great king, the last of Cyrus's line, dying in a blood-stained cart. Alexander dismounted, approached his defeated rival, and, in a gesture of deep respect, covered Darius's body with his own royal cloak. Finding his greatest adversary murdered not by his sword, but by the vile hands of his own disloyal vassals, filled Alexander with a great fury. Darius was not treated as a vanquished enemy. Alexander ordered his body taken in a royal procession to Persepolis, where he would be buried with full honors in the tomb of his ancestors. This was not just an act of compassion, it was a political masterstroke. By honoring the dead king, Alexander inserted himself into the Persian royal tradition. He was not just a barbarian usurper, but the legitimate successor, the one who would punish regicides and restore order. To the Persian nobility, who watched his every move, this act was a clear symbol. The Macedonian understood the power of symbols and intended to rule not just by the spear, but by legitimacy. With the ghost of Darius finally at rest, the hunt for his assassin began. Bessus, in his arrogance, fled to Bactria and made a fatal mistake. He declared himself the new great king, taking the name Artaxerxes V. For Alexander, This was a direct challenge to his newly acquired authority. Bessus was now his newest rival. The pursuit of the self-proclaimed king led Alexander and his army to the heart of Central Asia, a journey through lands that today comprise Afghanistan and Uzbekistan. This was not the Persia of great cities and royal roads. It was a land of extremes, scorching deserts, freezing mountain passes, and a fiercely independent population. The march through Arya, Drangiana, and Arachosia was a logistical hell. Bessus employed a scorched earth policy, destroying crops and poisoning wells, forcing the Macedonian army to fight not only against men, but also against hunger and thirst. Rebellions stirred up by Bessus's allies forced Alexander into costly detours, where he pacified the region with a blend of brutality and construction. It was there that he founded Alexandria in Arya, modern Herat, one of many cities that would become bastions of Greek power in hostile lands. After months of relentless pursuit through the mountains of the Hindu Kush, Alexander finally crossed into Bactria. Alexander's reputation preceded him. Bessus's own allies began to realize they had bet on the wrong horse. The terror Alexander inspired was greater than loyalty to Bessus. In 329 BCE, in an act of self-preservation, Spidomenes and other nobles betrayed the traitor. They captured Bessus and handed him over, naked and in chains, to Ptolemy, one of Alexander's trusted generals. Bessus was executed on Alexander's orders, and with the traitor's exemplary punishment, Alexander believed he had finally pacified the East. But he was mistaken. The campaign in Bactria and Sogdiana lasted 2 years and was unlike anything Alexander had ever faced. There were no great armies in open battlefields. Instead, he faced a brutal guerrilla war. Spidomenes, now in command, was a master of this kind of warfare. Using hit-and-run tactics, with his horse archers, he harassed Macedonian supply lines, attacked isolated garrisons, and disappeared into the vast steppes before a response could be organized. On one occasion, he annihilated an entire Macedonian detachment near the Talatemetis River, a humiliating defeat that proved to Alexander that his conventional tactics were useless there. The conqueror was forced to adapt. He split his army into smaller, more mobile columns, capable of chasing guerrillas on their own ground. He founded a series of fortified cities, such as Alexandria Iscate on the Jaxartes River, to serve as military bases and centers of control. The war turned into a series of brutal sieges and counterinsurgency campaigns. 2 episodes define Alexander's ferocity and genius during this period. The first was the Battle of the Jaxartes River. On the other side of the river, nomadic Scythian tribes gathered, mocking the Macedonians, certain they were safe. Alexander, determined to teach them a lesson and protect his northern frontier, did the unthinkable. Under the cover of artillery fire from his catapults, the first recorded use of artillery to provide cover for a river crossing, his army crossed the river and crushed the Scythians on their own territory, a victory that echoed across Central Asia. The second was the Siege of the Sogdian Rock. A group of rebels, including the family of the noble Oxyartes, took refuge in an apparently impregnable mountain fortress, a natural citadel with steep walls and enough supplies for a long siege. When Alexander demanded their surrender, the defenders laughed, saying he would need soldiers with wings to reach them. The challenge inflamed Alexander's determination. He offered huge rewards to any men who could scale the rock's face during the night. 300 of his most experienced climbers took up the mission. Using tent pegs as pittons and linen ropes, they climbed the cliff under cover of darkness. Many fell to their deaths, but at dawn, a small group managed to position themselves above the fortress.
When the defenders awoke and saw Macedonian soldiers above them, they were so shocked they surrendered immediately, believing Alexander's winged troops had indeed arrived. It was in the aftermath of this siege that Alexander made one of the most important decisions of his life. Among the captives was Oxyartes' daughter, a young woman of stunning beauty named Roxana. Alexander, who could have treated her as mere spoils of war, was instantly captivated by her. But his marriage to her was much more than passion. It was a brilliant political move. By marrying the daughter of a powerful local chief, he turned an enemy into a father-in-law, forging an alliance that signaled his intention to merge with the local nobility, rather than merely dominate them. For his Macedonians, however, marrying a barbarian was a shock, further evidence that their king was becoming ever more Eastern, a harbinger of future tensions. Meanwhile, Spitamenes' resistance finally came to an end. Relentlessly hunted by Alexander's general Conus and defeated at the Battle of Gabai, his own Scythian allies, fearing Alexander's wrath, betrayed him. They killed him and sent his head as a gift to the conqueror. The Wolf of Bactria was dead. After nearly 3 years of bloody, relentless war, Central Asia was finally pacified. This period transformed Alexander. The king who arrived as a Greek avenger departed as a ruler who understood the complex web of Eastern power. He learned to fight in new terrains, adapt his tactics, and use diplomacy and marriage as weapons of war. He left behind a trail of cities that would bring Greek culture to the heart of Asia, but also a weary army and generals who began to question how far their god-king's ambition would take them. With his rear finally secure, Alexander turned his gaze even further east, to the valley of the Indus River and the mythical lands of India, the next chapter in his immortal saga. After nearly 3 years of bloody, relentless war, Central Asia was finally pacified. The head of Spitamenes, the formidable Wolf of Bactria, delivered as a peace tribute by his own allies, marked the end of armed resistance. In the winter of 327 BCE, for the first time in a long while, the Macedonian army could finally rest their weapons. But the silence that followed the war was deceptive. The weariness weighing on the men was not just physical. It was an exhaustion of the soul, a fatigue born from years spent far from home, fighting in lands that seemed at the very edge of the world. Alexander, however, saw a world without limits. The king who had come to Asia as a Greek avenger now left Sogdiana as a ruler who understood the complex web of Eastern power. His marriage to the beautiful Roxana, the Bactrian noblewoman, was living proof of that transformation. What for him was a brilliant political move, a bridge between conqueror and conquered, was for his generals and soldiers another worrying step down a troubling path. The union with a barbarian was a shock, clear evidence that their king was becoming ever more Eastern, a sign of troubles to come. These tensions began to emerge in palace halls and camp tents alike. Alexander, now the great king, increasingly adopted the customs of the Persian court. He wore sumptuous robes, surrounded himself with eunuchs, and demanded a level of deference that was foreign to the Macedonian spirit, which saw the king as first among equals. It was his attempt to fuse these two worlds that sparked the first great conflict. Alexander, seeking a way to unify the customs of his multicultural court, saw adopting a ritual known as proskinesis as a pragmatic solution. If everyone, Greeks and Persians alike, performed the same ritual, the hierarchy would be clear, and the court unified. He organized a banquet with the deliberate purpose of introducing the custom. The plan was for the guests to approach one by one, perform the gesture, and receive a kiss from the king. For the Persians present, it was a natural honor. For the Greeks and Macedonians, it was an abomination. For them, proskinesis was an act of worship reserved only for the gods. To perform it before a mortal, even Alexander, was blasphemy, an insult to their pride and their sense of freedom. The voice of resistance came from Callisthenes, the official historian of the campaign and nephew of the great Aristotle. When his turn came, he approached but refused to kneel. With a philosopher's courage, he argued that Greek and Persian customs were distinct and should be respected. A Greek king ruled by law, not as a divine despot. The attempt to impose an Eastern religious custom on the free men of Macedonia was tyranny. The tension in the room was palpable. Alexander, furious at the public disobedience, refused Callisthenes the kiss. The experiment was a humiliating failure, and the king was forced to abandon the idea. But the affront was not forgotten. The gap between the god-king Alexander aspired to be and the general his men had known had become a chasm. The tragedy that followed was an explosion of raw emotion, fueled by wine and resentment. It happened in Maracanda, the heart of Sogdiana. During another banquet, as the wine flowed freely, Persian flatterers and courtiers began to exalt Alexander, comparing him to a god and belittling the achievements of his father, Philip II. One man could not bear to hear such nonsense. Clitus the Black, a veteran of Philip's old guard, a general whose spear had saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus, felt his blood boil. He saw such excessive adulation as an insult to Philip's memory and to the men who had forged the army that conquered the world. Drunk and indignant, Clitus rose, his voice cutting through the noise. He praised Philip, reminding everyone that it was the old king's veterans who enabled the son's victories. He mocked Alexander's increasing Easternization, accusing him of being ashamed of his Macedonian origins. His words were like daggers to Alexander's pride. The argument escalated quickly. Friends, sensing the danger, dragged Clitus from the hall. But he, blinded by fury, managed to return, shouting lines from a Euripides tragedy about disgrace. That was the final straw. In a fit of rage that eclipsed reason, Alexander snatched a spear from a guard. Before anyone could intervene, he hurled it across the hall. The iron tip struck Clitus in the chest, and he collapsed dead on the floor. The silence that followed was absolute. The sound of his friend and savior falling seemed to snap Alexander out of his haze of anger. Horror spread across his face. He ran to the lifeless body, tried to remove the spear, called Clitus's name in desperation. The remorse was as overwhelming as the fury. For 3 days, Alexander locked himself in his quarters, refusing food and water, mourning the friend he had murdered. His generals had to argue that the fault lay with the wine and the provocation, not with his intent, to finally persuade him to come out. Alexander, the conqueror of the world, had been defeated by his own demons. The act left a permanent scar, a terrible proof that the line between king and tyrant was dangerously thin. The marriage to Roxana, the proskinesis controversy, and the murder of Clitus were not isolated incidents. They were symptoms of the same illness, the identity crisis of an empire and its emperor. Alexander was divided. With one foot, he stood on his Macedonian throne, as the leader of free men. With the other, he climbed the steps of the Persian throne, as an absolute and semi-divine monarch. Balance was impossible. His men's reactions to each of these events reveal the depth of the fracture. The marriage to Roxana was met with silent resentment and distrust. It was a matter of politics and blood, the sense that their king was abandoning them for a people they had defeated. The attempt to impose proskinesis, on the other hand, was a direct affront to their most sacred values. The resistance was philosophical and cultural. It was a refusal to submit their freedom to any man. The murder of Clitus was the most shocking of all. It was proof that Alexander's new persona, The irascible great king, surrounded by flatterers, could turn lethally against them at any moment. With Central Asia finally pacified and his rear secure, Alexander prepared to march even further east, toward the mythical lands of India. He had defeated the ghost of Darius and subdued the wolf of Bactria, but in doing so, he had awakened new ghosts within his own camp. The army that would follow him to the Indus Valley was not the same one that had crossed the Hellespont years before. It was an army tired and mistrustful, led by a king who was now fighting for something they no longer understood. The winter respite in Bactria brought a deceptive peace for Alexander's men. The head of Spitamenes and Roxana's hand in marriage symbolized the peace that had been forged in Central Asia by fire and sword. But for the Macedonian veterans, the cold of the mountains seemed to have settled in their souls. Years of war, the sight of their king killing a friend like Clitus, and the growing cultural distance between monarch and men had left deep scars. Yet for Alexander, rest was only a prelude to his next campaign of conquest. The valley of the Indus River, which had once belonged to the empire of Darius I, was now his by right of conquest, and he would claim it. In the summer of 327 BCE, the great Macedonian war machine set in motion once more, marching eastward from Bactria. The first obstacle was the land itself, the towering Hindu Kush, a wall of rock and ice separating the empire from the Indian subcontinent. The crossing, probably via the Quahog Pass, was a Herculean feat. The troops, hardened by years of campaigning, faced a relentless enemy, extreme cold, deep snow, and treacherous terrain that claimed the lives of men and pack animals alike. Alexander's ability to keep his vast army supplied and cohesive in such a hostile environment was proof of his logistical genius, a daily war against nature itself. Emerging from the mountains near modern Kabul in Afghanistan, Alexander made a strategically brilliant decision. Instead of advancing as a single heavy column, he split his forces. The main army was entrusted to his closest generals, Hephaestion and Perdiccas. Their mission was to follow the main route through the famous Khyber Pass, subduing tribes along the way, and crucially, building a bridge of boats across the Indus River for the main army's crossing. They were guided by a key player on Alexander's chessboard, Ambi, the king of Taxila, an Indian ruler who, fearing his powerful neighbor Porus, had early on allied himself with Alexander and now served as his guide and intermediary. Meanwhile, Alexander took command of a smaller, more agile and deadlier force, composed of the elite of his army, the shield-bearers, archers, Arganians, and lancer cavalry. With this strike force, he took a more direct and dangerous northern route, through the mountain valleys that now form the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The strategy was superb. While Hephaestion secured the main corridor, Alexander would pacify the northern flank, home to fierce warrior tribes who, if left uncontrolled, would constantly threaten his lines of communication. He aimed to prevent his enemies from joining forces, keeping them off balance and forcing them to fight on his terms. The campaign that followed, in the valleys of the Köppen River, was a series of brutal clashes against highland clans that offered fierce resistance. The first to feel the Macedonian wrath were the Aspasians. The fighting was so intense that Alexander himself was wounded in the shoulder by a dart. When subjugation came, it was merciless. Sources report that 40,000 people were enslaved, and 230,000 head of superior cattle were captured, a prize Alexander planned to send to Macedonia to strengthen agriculture. The most powerful confederation in the region, however, was that of the Assasseni, centered in the fertile Swat Valley. They faced Alexander with a formidable army, which included thousands of warriors and 30 war elephants. Their capital, the fortified city of Massaga, became the stage for one of the campaign's toughest sieges. The defense was reinforced by 7,000 Indian mercenaries, professional warriors who fought with an obstinacy that surprised the Macedonians. Alexander employed his classic tactics, first luring the defenders out from the walls with a feigned retreat, and then beginning a formal siege. The resistance was so fierce that he was wounded again, this time by an arrow to the ankle. The conclusion of the siege of Massaga would become one of the darkest stains on his military career. After the Assassene commander's death, a truce was negotiated, allowing the 7,000 mercenaries to withdraw. However, when Alexander learned they had no intention of abandoning the war, he surrounded their camp during the night and massacred them. Accounts say the women of Massaga took up the weapons of the fallen and fought beside their husbands, preferring death to a life of dishonor. After the massacre, the city was taken and set ablaze. It was amid this brutality that the city's queen, Cleophas, negotiated the final surrender. And in a pragmatic act, Alexander allowed her to keep her status as vassal ruler, ensuring stability in the region under her control. The climax of the Mountain War came with the siege of Arnos, an almost mythical rocky fortress considered impregnable. Many Assassene refugees had fled there, and its capture became an obsession for Alexander. Strategically, Arnos was the last major stronghold of resistance threatening his supply lines. Personally, it was a matter of pride. Legend said that not even his ancestor Heracles had managed to take the fortress, and Alexander was determined to triumph where a demigod had failed. Guided by surrendered local scouts, Alexander found a way in, but the final assault was blocked by a deep ravine. Undeterred, Alexander ordered a feat of engineering reminiscent of his genius at the Siege of Tyre, the construction of a massive earthen and wooden causeway to bridge the gap. Day and night, the army labored to build a bridge in the sky. Seeing the Macedonians' relentless determination and the causeway approaching their walls, the defenders, fearing a massacre like Massaga's, tried to flee at night. Alexander, interpreting the retreat as treachery, personally led the final assault, climbing the last escarpment by rope and slaughtering the defenders. At the summit, he raised altars to Athena Nike as a powerful act of propaganda. The conquest of the unconquerable solidified his legendary status, sending a terrifying message to the kings beyond the Indus that they were facing an unstoppable force of nature. In the spring of 326 BCE, having pacified the mountain valleys, Alexander reunited with Hephaestion's force. The bridge of boats across the Indus was ready. The entire Macedonian army crossed the great river and formally entered Punjab. In the capital of his ally, Taxila, Alexander was received with great pomp. But diplomacy also revealed the fragility of his new domain. He established an administration on Persian lines, appointing Nicanor as satrap west of the Indus. However, soon after, Nicanor was assassinated in a revolt. Immediate proof that Macedonian control was only a thin veneer, imposed by force, not a stable political structure. With his army rested and reinforced by 5,000 Indian soldiers from Ambi, Alexander turned his attention to the next challenge. He sent a message to Porus, the powerful king whose domain lay east of the Hydaspes River, demanding his submission. Porus's response was defiant. He refused to bow and prepared for war. For Alexander, leaving such a powerful and proud enemy on his flank was strategically impossible. The momentum of his campaign and the loyalty of his new vassals depended on crushing this resistance. With his fate once more at stake, Alexander marched from Taxila toward the Hydaspes River, setting the stage for one of the most difficult and legendary battles of his career, a clash as grand as the one the god Dionysus faced in his own journey through India.
Alexander had conquered the last bastion of resistance in the mountains, and triumphant, he rejoined the main force of the Macedonian army, which was led by Hephaestion in the spring of 326 BCE. The imposing pontoon bridge over the great Indus River was complete, a marvel of military engineering that allowed the Macedonian army, in all its glory, to formally enter the Punjab. In the capital of his ally, Ambi, king of Taxila, Alexander was received with all the pomp and reverence due to a conqueror. But the respite was brief. The real challenge was on the other side of the next great river, the Hydaspes. On the opposite bank of the river, King Porus from the powerful kingdom of the Pauravas had received Alexander's demand for submission with a lion's disdain. He would not bow. Porus was a man of legendary stature and unwavering courage, trusting in his army, his people, and above all, in his most terrifying weapons, a force of 200 war elephants, colossal beasts that promised to crush the Macedonian phalanx and turn Alexander's legendary cavalry into a mass of panic and terror. The march from Taxila to the Hydaspes was marked by growing tension. Upon reaching the riverbank, Alexander faced a formidable obstacle. The river was swollen by torrential monsoon rains, a nearly insurmountable natural barrier. On the opposite bank, like a living wall, Porus's army stood ready, his elephants visible as mobile war towers, a sight that chilled even the most experienced Macedonian veterans. A frontal attack would be suicide, and Alexander knew it. Thus began a game of wits, a duel between two of the greatest commanders of their age. For weeks, Alexander waged a campaign of deception and psychological warfare. He split his forces, marching noisily along the riverbank, pretending to prepare for crossings at multiple points. He spread the rumor that he would wait for the end of the monsoon. Each night, the torches and sounds of the Macedonian camp shifted location, forcing Porus to move his sentries and elephants in a grueling vigil, wearing down the morale and readiness of his troops. Porus, ever watchful, mirrored every move, but constant uncertainty began to erode his confidence. At last, Alexander found the opportunity he had been waiting for. 17 miles upstream, there was a sharp bend in the river, an island covered with forest, and terrain that could conceal his movements. He left his general Craterus at the main camp with a significant portion of the army, with clear orders: keep the campfires burning, make noise, and only begin crossing if Porus moved the bulk of his forces, especially the elephants. On the chosen night, the skies seemed to favor Alexander. A violent storm broke over the region, the sound of thunder and lashing rain muffling any noise from the operation. Under the cover of darkness and the chaos of nature, Alexander led the elite of his army, the companion cavalry, the elite infantry of the Hypaspists, the archers, and the agile agrarians, on a forced march to the secret crossing point. The crossing of the turbulent river on rafts and improvised boats was an act of desperate courage. Many were swept away by the current, but most of the attacking force, numbering about 11,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, reached the opposite bank by dawn. Porus, upon learning that a Macedonian force had crossed the river, made his first tactical mistake. Believing it to be a small detachment, he sent his son with a force of 2,000 horsemen and 120 chariots to annihilate them. The ensuing clash was swift and tragic. The terrain, soaked by the storm, had become a quagmire, neutralizing the Indian chariots. Alexander's cavalry, superior in numbers and tactics, surrounded and crushed the Indian force. Porus's son fought bravely, but fell to Macedonian spears. News of his son's death and the true scale of Alexander's crossing force struck Porus like lightning. Realizing the trap, he was forced to make a terrible decision: leave part of his troops to watch Craterus and march with the bulk of his army, including all the elephants, to face Alexander on ground he had not chosen.
Porus organized his army with an imposing defensive logic. In the center, like a fortress of flesh and bone, he positioned his 200 war elephants, with his infantry interspersed among them. On the wings, his cavalry and the remaining chariots. It was a formation designed to absorb a frontal attack and annihilate the enemy with the shock power of the beasts. Seeing the formation, Alexander knew a direct assault on the center would be a massacre. His genius for adaptation manifested once again. He realized Porus's cavalry was weaker than his own. His plan was audacious in its simplicity. Crush the flanks first, create chaos, and only then deal with the center. He concentrated most of his cavalry, led by himself, on his right wing. He ordered the cavalry on his left, under Conus's command, to carry out a diversion, while he executed the decisive blow. At the sound of the trumpets, Alexander led the companion cavalry in a furious charge, not against the center, but against the left wing of Porus's cavalry. The impact was devastating. The Indian cavalry, outmatched in skill and discipline, broke under pressure and, in panic, retreated behind their own elephants, causing initial disorder. Seeing his left flank collapsing, Porus ordered his elephants to advance. The ground trembled as the colossal beasts moved forward, their trumpeting a nightmarish sound for the Macedonians. The first impact on the phalanx was terrifying. The Sarissa spears splintered against their thick hides, and men were trampled or seized by trunks and hurled into the air. For a moment, the Macedonian line wavered. But Alexander had prepared for this. He unleashed his agile and deadly agrarians, light infantry, whose mission was not to confront the beasts head-on, but to hunt their masters. With a hail of darts and javelins, they targeted the elephants' eyes, and, crucially, the men guiding them. At the same time, the phalanx executed a maneuver of superhuman discipline. Instead of holding as a solid wall, they opened corridors in their formation. The advancing elephants, many already wounded and without their drivers, were funneled through these gaps, becoming easy targets for the soldiers on the flanks, who attacked their legs and bellies. Chaos ensued. The elephants, maddened by fear and pain, could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Many turned back, and in their desperate flight, trampled their own lines of Indian infantry stationed behind them. Porus's most powerful weapon had not only been defeated, but was now turned against his own men. With Porus's lines in complete disarray, Alexander's cavalry, now in control of the flanks, completed the encirclement, attacking the Indian army from behind. At this point, Craterus's forces, seeing the battle won, finally crossed the river and joined the pursuit, sealing the fate of Porus's army. The battle turned into a slaughter. Porus, however, fought to the very end. Mounted on his command elephant, he was a tower of defiance amid the collapse, hurling spears at approaching enemies, even though he was gravely wounded. Only when he saw all was lost did he finally try to withdraw. Captured and brought before Alexander, what followed would become legendary. The conqueror, impressed by the stature and dignity of his adversary, asked how he wished to be treated. Porus's response, regal and defiant, echoed across the silent battlefield. "As a king." That answer not only saved his life, it earned Alexander's respect in a way no submission could have. In a political masterstroke that astonished his own generals, Alexander not only spared Porus, but reinstated him on his throne, returning his kingdom and even adding neighboring territories to his domain. He turned a powerful enemy into an even more powerful ally, a vassal ruler whose loyalty would be guaranteed by both honor and debt. The victory at the Hydaspes was, perhaps, Alexander's most brilliant tactical masterpiece. But its cost was terrible. Macedonian casualties were among the highest of the entire campaign. The men who survived were exhausted and psychologically shaken. They had looked into the eyes of a new kind of war, and though victorious, the experience had changed them forever. In memory of the victory and his beloved horse Bucephalus, who had succumbed to his wounds after the battle, Alexander founded 2 new cities on the riverbanks: Nicaea, Victory, and Bucephala. Yet, while the foundations for new cities were being laid, the foundations of his own army began to crack. The victory at the Hydaspes was the highest point of Alexander's conquest. But from the dizzying heights of that triumph, he would be forced to look into the abyss, at the exhaustion of his men and the end of his dream of conquering the known world. The journey east was over. The long and bitter journey home was about to begin. Alexander's victory on the banks of the Hydaspes River was the glorious peak of the young conqueror's long march through Indian territory. From the blood-soaked banks of that river, Alexander the Invincible, the son of Ammon, looked east and saw not an end, but a beginning. The new cities of Nicaea and Bucephala would stand as monuments to his indomitable will, but for his men, they were tombstones for a world they no longer wished to conquer. The soul of the Macedonian army, forged through 8 years of relentless war, had met its limit. Not at the tip of an enemy spear, but in the corrosive exhaustion of their own hearts, so far from home. The march beyond the Hydaspes became a march against ghosts. Reports spoke of even more powerful kingdoms, like the Nanda Empire, whose armies made Porus's forces look like a mere militia. There was talk of hosts with thousands of elephants, stories of a great river, the Ganges, so vast it was called the ocean. For Alexander, these tales were an invitation, the next page of his epic. For his soldiers, they were words from a nightmare from which they couldn't wake. The never-ending monsoon rain did not wash away the blood. It soaked their clothes, rotted their sandals, and turned the earth into a sticky swamp that seemed to drag them down into the very land they'd come to conquer. The breaking point came on the banks of another river, the Hyphasis, now known as the Bias. There, reality finally collided with one man's endless ambition. The army stopped. It was not an open rebellion with drawn swords and cries of defiance, but something far deeper and more unshakable. A silent refusal, a collective exhaustion. The men, whose faces were weathered by Babylon's sun and frozen by Bactria's winds, simply would not march any further. They had followed their king to what they believed was the end of the world, and there, at the Hyphasis, they drew their own final frontier. Alexander, blinded by his own momentum, did not understand. He called an assembly, his voice echoing with the same passion that had carried them across deserts and mountains. He spoke of eternal glory, of completing their empire, of greater riches, and of outdoing the feats of Heracles and Dionysus. But the words that once set hearts ablaze now fell on deaf ears. In their eyes he saw not the admiration of old, but the emptiness of despair. Then a man stepped forward, not a mutineer, but his most loyal general, Conus, a veteran whose bravery and loyalty were beyond question. With his voice choked with emotion but firm in resolve, Conus became the spokesman for the silence. He spoke not of cowardice, but of duty. He spoke of the men who had died, the veterans whose bodies were maimed, the tattered clothes and worn-out weapons. He spoke of distant families, of children who had never known their fathers. "King," he said, tears in his eyes, "a victorious commander must know when to stop." He begged Alexander to take them home, so they could enjoy what they'd conquered, and so Macedonia could see its king again. Every word was a truth Alexander had refused to see. Alexander's reaction was one of fury and disbelief. He felt betrayed, abandoned on the threshold of his greatest triumph. In a fit of wounded pride, he withdrew to his tent, refusing to see anyone for 3 days. It was a war of wills. the king against the army that had made him master of the known world. He hoped shame would make them yield, but the silence outside his tent was more stubborn than his anger. Finally, he emerged. The omens, he said, were unfavorable for moving forward. It was an excuse to save face, a veiled capitulation. The decision was announced. They would return. A roar of relief and joy erupted from the army. Men wept and embraced, their jubilation a painful testament to the depth of their earlier despair. At the Hyphasis, Alexander built 12 colossal altars to the gods, monuments marking the easternmost point of his conquest. But for him, they were tombstones for a frustrated dream. The conqueror of the world had been conquered by the will of his own men. The mutiny at the Hyphasis revealed the limits of his authority. The long journey home began, not as a triumphal march, but as a brutal campaign of pacification. Sailing down the Indus, Alexander unleashed his frustration on the tribes that still resisted. The fiercest among them were the Malians. In one of their fortified cities, impatience and the need to prove his courage, perhaps to himself, drove Alexander to an act of almost fatal recklessness. Seeing his troops hesitate to scale the walls, he grabbed a ladder and climbed up alone. For a moment, he stood at the top of the wall, a perfect target, before his two bodyguards, Peucistus and Leonatus, managed to reach him. He leapt down into the citadel, a lion in an arena of enemies. Isolated, he fought with the fury of a god, but for all he had conquered, he was still mortal. An arrow struck him in the chest, piercing his armor and his lung. He fell, air and blood bubbling from the wound. His two companions fought desperately over his body, shielding him with their own shields and bodies. Outside, when the army realized what had happened, they were seized by a frenzy of panic and rage. They stormed the wall with insane violence, believing their king was dead and had to be avenged. The massacre that followed was total. Men, women, and children were slaughtered in an act of blind vengeance for the life of one man. Alexander survived by a thread. The arrowhead was removed in an agonizing surgery that nearly killed him. For days, the army waited in anguished silence. Rumors of his death spread, and morale collapsed. When he finally had the strength to be carried on a litter, and then to appear on horseback, the relief among the troops was as intense as their earlier despair. They wept, they touched him, as if to confirm that the anchor of their world was still there. The wound received among the Malians revealed Alexander's mortality, a fact that made him more precious, and at the same time, stirred deep anxiety. Their loyalty was reinforced, but also mixed with a growing resentment at his recklessness, which had nearly left them orphaned at the ends of the earth. Upon reaching the mouth of the Indus, Alexander divided his forces for the last time. The fleet, under the command of Nearchus, would sail along the unknown coast of the Indian Ocean toward the Persian Gulf. Most of the army, under Craterus, would take a safer route north. For himself, Alexander reserved the most terrible challenge, a test of endurance that would make the crossing of the Hindu Kush seem like a stroll. He would lead the rest of his troops, along with camp followers, back to Persia through the Gedrosian Desert. The reasons for this choice are a mystery wrapped in hubris. Perhaps it was strategic, an attempt to support Nearchus's fleet from the coast. But more likely, it was personal. Legend said the great conquerors Semiramis and Cyrus the Great had tried to cross that desert and failed catastrophically. Where they had failed, Alexander would triumph. It would be his penance and his final proof of divinity. It was a miscalculation of epic proportions. The crossing of the Gedrosian Desert was hell on earth. For 60 days they marched under a merciless sun that cooked men inside their armor. The fine burning sand scorched their feet and seeped into everything. There were no roads. just endless dunes. Supplies ran out. Water, promised at scattered wells, did not exist, or was brackish. Men and animals began to die of thirst and exhaustion. Desperate with hunger, the soldiers killed their pack animals, ate the meat, and condemned themselves to carry their own heavy equipment. The heat was so intense that the march could only be done at night, but the cold of the desert brought its own torments. Even sudden flash floods, a cruel paradox, swept through the camps, drowning those who had escaped thirst. It seemed as if Alexander and his men were being punished by the gods for their arrogance. The losses were catastrophic. Ancient sources suggest that up to 3/4 of those who entered the desert never emerged. Women and children following the army perished by the thousands. It was a death march, a monument to a king's boundless ambition. Yet it was also there that Alexander's leadership shone in its purest and most human form. He did not isolate himself in luxury. He marched on foot with his men, suffering the same thirst, the same hunger, the same heat. The defining moment of his leadership came when some scouts, finding a small puddle of water, brought a helmet full to their king. The entire army stopped to watch. Alexander, looking at the parched faces and sunken eyes of his soldiers, thanked the men, and without hesitation, poured the precious water onto the sand. A hoarse cheer of admiration rose from the soldiers. The act was worth more than 1,000,000 gallons of water. If the king shared their suffering, they could endure anything. When the ragged survivors finally staggered out of the desert and into Carmania, they were specters, men haunted by what they had seen and done. They had survived, but at a terrible cost. The mutiny, the wound, and the desert formed a triple crisis that marked the end of the era of conquest. The mutiny at the Hyphasis showed Alexander that his men were not tireless heroes like Heracles. The wound among the Malians showed his men that their king was not an immortal god. And the Gedrosian desert showed them all that even a favorite of the gods could be punished for his arrogance. Upon returning to the heart of Persia, Alexander was no longer the same young and optimistic conqueror who had left it. He was harder, more distrustful, and perhaps more aware of the limits of the world and of men. The army that followed him was a shadow of itself, bound to their king not by the promise of future glory, but by the shared trauma of the past. The journey east was over. The task of ruling an empire and himself had only just begun. The tattered survivors who emerged from the Gedrosian desert were no longer an army. They were a funeral procession of specters. Each soldier carried on his shoulders the weight of the merciless sun, the memory of thirst that cracked their lips, and the image of comrades swallowed by the sands. Upon entering the prosperous province of Carmania, they were received as ghosts returned from the underworld. The journey that was supposed to be the ultimate proof of Alexander's divinity had become a monument to his fallibility. Alexander, who had marched on foot with his men, sharing every torment, now needed to restore not only the physical strength of his army, but also its shattered soul. He organized a week of festivities, a Dionysian celebration of relief and survival. Wine flowed in rivers to wash away the memory of thirst, and banquets were served to satisfy the hunger that had nearly consumed them. It was a desperate attempt to wash away trauma with excess, but the scars, both on Alexander and his men, were too deep to be healed by mere revelry. Upon returning to the heart of his empire, Alexander found a realm in disarray. His long absence in the east had been an invitation to corruption and rebellion. Satraps he had left in power, Persian and Macedonian alike, had ruled as tyrants, growing rich illicitly and abusing their authority. News of their crimes reached Alexander like a cascade of betrayals. His response was swift and merciless. Several satraps were summarily executed, a purge intended to restore order and remind everyone that the king's eyes, even from afar, saw everything. The clemency that had marked his early conquests gave way to a dark suspicion and a cruel justice. It was in Susa, one of the great Persian capitals, that Alexander unveiled his boldest plan for the future of his empire. He did not intend to rule as a Macedonian conqueror over a subjugated people. His vision was one of fusion, the creation of a new ruling elite, a blended people uniting the blood of Macedonia and Persia, forging a cultural bridge between West and East. To seal this union, he orchestrated the most extraordinary event of his life, the mass weddings at Susa. In a 5-day ceremony of unprecedented opulence, Alexander married 2 Persian princesses, Statira, the eldest daughter of Darius, and Parysatis, daughter of the former king Artaxerxes III. It was an act of profound political symbolism, linking his lineage to that of his predecessors. But he did not stop there. He ordered 80 of his closest generals and officers, including his dearest friend Hephaestion, who married Dripidus, Statiria's sister, to marry women of the highest Persian nobility. And, to seal the pact at the heart of his army, he granted generous dowries to 10,000 of his soldiers, so that they could marry Persian women. The ceremony followed Persian customs, a grand spectacle celebrating the new era Alexander envisioned. For him, it was the pinnacle of his policy of fusion, the foundation of a multicultural unified empire. For many of his men, however, it was the greatest of insults. The Macedonian veterans who had crossed deserts and bled on countless battlefields to defeat the Persians were now being forced to marry the women of their enemies. They saw the gesture as a dilution of their identity, proof that their king was abandoning the Macedonian way of life for his new Oriental customs. The resentment, already simmering since the marriage to Roxana, now began to boil dangerously. The tension erupted at Opis, a city on the banks of the Tigris River. There, Alexander gathered his army for an announcement he believed would be a reward. He declared that the veterans, the wounded men, and those who had been in the army the longest would be discharged and sent back to Macedonia with honors and a generous pension. He expected shouts of joy, but was met with a hostile silence, followed by a roar of fury. For the soldiers, this was not a reward. It was a dismissal. After the weddings in Susa and the integration of 30,000 young Persians, the Epigonoi, trained and armed in the Macedonian way, into his army, they saw the discharge as confirmation of their worst fears. They were being replaced by barbarians. The cry that echoed through the camp was a direct challenge. It was the gravest insubordination Alexander had ever faced. Rage overtook him. Without hesitation, he leaped from his platform, pointed to the 13 loudest leaders of the mutiny, and ordered his guards to arrest them. They were dragged away and executed on the spot. The shock of this action silenced the crowd. Then, with order restored by force, Alexander climbed back onto the platform and delivered the most powerful speech of his life. His voice, at first filled with anger, gave way to an emotional, memory-laden address. He did not chastise them as a distant king. He spoke to them as a brother in arms. He began with his father, Philip, who had found them as poor shepherds dressed in animal skins and turned them into soldiers of an invincible army. He listed every victory they had shared, every river they had crossed, every mountain they had climbed together. "I have shared every danger with you," he proclaimed. "My wounds speak for me." He reminded them of the riches they had plundered, the glory they had won. He contrasted his own modesty with their opulence, reminding them that while they had treasures to send home, he had only debts, incurred to guarantee their honor. "Go home," he said, "and tell how you abandoned your king to the enemies he defeated for you." With that, he withdrew to his palace and, as he had at the Hyphasis, locked himself away for 3 days, refusing to see any of his Macedonian companions. This time, though, his strategy was different. He began organizing his new Persian units, giving them Macedonian names and positions of honor. He was building a barbarian army to replace his own. The news spread through the camp, and the Macedonians' fury turned to panic and remorse. The prospect of a future without Alexander, their leader and source of glory, was unbearable. They rushed to the palace gates, threw their weapons to the ground, and begged to be seen, weeping and pleading for forgiveness. Alexander finally emerged, his own eyes brimming with tears. Seeing his men's genuine remorse, his hardness melted away. The king and his soldiers wept together in a moment of collective catharsis. To seal the reconciliation, Alexander organized a great banquet. 9,000 men, Macedonians and Persians, sat together, with Alexander and his companions at the center. They drank from the same cup and prayed to the same gods for a future of harmony and a united empire. The mutiny at Opis had tested the limits of loyalty and identity, but for now, the fracture seemed healed. Peace, however, would be tragically brief. After the events at Opis, the court moved to Ecbatana for the autumn. There, amid festivals and games, tragedy struck Alexander in a way that no spear or army ever could. Hephaestion, his childhood friend, his most trusted general, the other half of his soul, fell ill. The illness began as a fever. Hephaestion's doctor prescribed treatment and rest, but Hephaestion, feeling better, ignored the orders and attended a banquet, where he ate boiled chicken and drank a large amount of chilled wine. His condition then worsened catastrophically. When word reached Alexander, who was watching the games, he rushed to his friend's side, but arrived too late. Hephaestion was dead. Alexander's reaction was not that of a king, but of a man whose soul had been torn from him. An animalistic cry of pain echoed through the palace. He threw himself on Hephaestion's body, refusing to move for a day and a night, weeping and talking to his friend as if he could still hear. The mourning that followed was as grand in scale as his ambition. He ordered public mourning throughout the empire. The sacred flame in every temple was extinguished, a Persian custom reserved for the death of the great king. He ordered the manes of every horse and mule to be shorn. Music was banned. In a fit of rage and pain, he had the unfortunate doctor, Glaucius, crucified for negligence. He ordered the local temple of Asclepius, the god of healing, to be razed to the ground for failing to save his lifelong companion. But that was just the beginning. He sent a message to the oracle of Siwa, the one that had declared him a god's son, asking if Hephaestion could be worshipped as a god. The answer was more modest. Hephaestion could be honored as a divine hero. Alexander then began planning the most spectacular funeral the world had ever seen. He ordered the construction of a funeral pyre in Babylon, a colossal 5-story structure adorned with ship prows, golden statues, and purple tapestries, whose cost, according to some sources, was 12,000 talents, a fortune that could have funded several military campaigns. Alexander, just as Achilles had done at the funeral of his beloved companion Patroclus, cut a lock of his own hair and threw it onto Hephaestion's pyre. Hephaestion's death was the blow from which Alexander would never recover. He lost not only a friend, but the only person with whom he could truly be himself, the mirror of his soul, the man who, as he had once told the Persian queen mother, was also Alexander. Grief consumed him, turning into a dark depression and feverish restlessness. He led a winter campaign against the Kasayan tribes in the mountains, a brutal distraction he called a sacrificial offering to Hephaestion. The year 324 BCE, which had begun with the promise of a new empire forged in Susa, ended in Opis with a reconciled but fractured army, and in Ecbatana with the heart of its king broken. Alexander, the conqueror of the world, was now terribly alone, haunted by the ghosts of his enemies, his friends, and above all, by the shadow of the man he once was. The end was closer than he could have imagined. The smoke from Hephaestion's funeral pyre hovered over Babylon for days, a gray veil that seemed to seep into the very soul of the empire. The cost of the funerary monument, a fortune of 12,000 talents that could have financed entire armies, was nothing compared to the emptiness that the death of his most beloved companion left in Alexander. His grief, which drove him into a wild sacrificial campaign against the Kassaids, did not purify him. It only numbed him. Now, back in Babylon, the beating heart of his world, Alexander faced an enemy he could not outflank or subdue with the spear, the silence in his chambers, the specter of absence. He, who had shared every thought with Hephaestion, now spoke alone. The man who, as he said, was also Alexander, was dead, and with him a part of the king himself was buried. The conqueror of the world was terribly alone, and solitude was a slow poison that fed his paranoia and his insatiable need to keep moving, to build and conquer to avoid looking inward. To fill the void left by Hephaestion, Alexander plunged into a frenzy of planning. Grief turned into a manic need to challenge the gods themselves with the scale of his ambition. If he could not save his friend, then he would immortalize his own name in stone, and through conquest so vast that not even death would dare defy them. His gaze turned south, toward the Arabian Peninsula. The Arabs were one of the few peoples in the region who had not sent him emissaries or shown proper submission. For Alexander, this was more than an insult. It was a challenge to his universal authority. The campaign he began to plan was on a scale never before seen. He ordered the construction of a fleet of 1,000 warships, larger than any trireme ever built, to explore and subjugate the Arabian coast. Engineers were dispatched to build ports and wells along the Persian Gulf, and a road was to cut through the desert, connecting Egypt to Babylon. He dreamed of new cities, commercial centers that would link the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, making his empire the world's commercial hub. Arabia, with its riches and incense and myrrh, would be the next jewel in his crown. While shipyards worked non-stop in the ports of Phoenicia and Cyprus, in Babylon, the city itself was being remade in his image. Alexander, who always saw himself as a refounder of cities, now intended to refound the oldest of them all. The most symbolic project was the reconstruction of the great temple of Esagila and the ziggurat of Etemenanki, dedicated to the god Marduk, often identified as the original Tower of Babel. The structure, which once nearly touched the heavens, was in ruins, and he ordered 10,000 men to work for 2 months just to clear away the collapsed debris and prepare for restoration. It was a gesture of respect for the local gods, but also an affirmation of his own power. He was the only king with the will and resources to restore the gods' glory. But his plans went further. He envisioned a new harbor, large enough to house his vast Arabian fleet. And in his mind, he already imagined other wonders: 6 new grand temples in Greece and Macedonia, and a monumental tomb for his father, Philip II, that would rival the Great Pyramids of Egypt. Each project was a challenge to mortality, a cry of defiance against oblivion. If he kept building and conquering, maybe the world wouldn't have time to notice that the man behind the myth was bleeding inside. Meanwhile, the fusion of his army continued, a policy that had nearly led to mutiny at Opis, but which he saw as the only guarantee of his empire's survival. Mixed units of Macedonians and Persians were created. The young Persian recruits, the epigonoi, trained in the Macedonian style, were increasingly integrated into the ranks, to the ongoing resentment of his veterans. Alexander was forging a new people, loyal not to Macedonia or Persia, but to him. It was a bold and dangerous project, an empire built on the unstable foundation of rival cultures, held together only by his iron will. Yet, as Alexander planned for the future, the past and the supernatural seemed to conspire to steal away his time. A heavy atmosphere, thick with bad omens, began to settle over Babylon. The warnings were not new. Years before, in India, the Indian ascetic known as Calanus, who had accompanied Alexander on his campaign, immolated himself on a pyre. But before he did, he took his leave of Alexander with a chilling prophecy: "We shall meet again in Babylon." At the time, the words seemed enigmatic. Now, with Calanus dead and Alexander in Babylon, the prophecy echoed in his mind like a funeral gong. As he approached the city on his return from the Cassian campaign, a delegation of Chaldean priests, the astrologers of Babylon, intercepted his entourage. With worried faces, they begged him not to enter the city. Their omens, read in the stars and in the livers of sacrificed animals, indicated mortal danger for the king if he entered Babylon at that time. Alexander, a man who respected prophecies but refused to be ruled by fear, felt divided. He ignored the priest's warnings, but the seed of doubt was planted.
He tried to circumvent the warning, planning to enter the city through the western gate instead of the eastern one, as the priests had advised. But swampy ground forced him to take the original route. He thus entered Babylon, defying fate. The omens became stranger and more personal. It is said that while he and his companions were sailing through the swamps near Babylon, a sudden wind blew the royal diadem from his head, which became entangled in reeds growing over an ancient tomb. A sailor offered to retrieve it, and to keep the silk band dry, put it on his own head before swimming back. Alexander rewarded him for the gesture, but later, following the advice of his seers, had him executed. The omen was clear. The crown had passed to the head of a common man, a man now dead. Heaven and earth seemed to be in collusion. A flock of ravens flying over the palace began fighting in the air, and several fell dead at Alexander's feet. The most terrifying of all omens, however, occurred within the very walls of his own palace. One day, returning from his exercises, he found his servants in panic and his guards paralyzed. There, sitting silently on the royal throne, was a stranger. The man wore Alexander's diadem and robes. He said nothing, just stared into the void. The king, who had faced armies of hundreds of thousands without blinking, now found himself unnerved by shadows. The confidence that had led him across the world was now being corroded by a superstitious fear. He surrounded himself with seers and diviners, performing constant sacrifices to appease the gods who seemed to have turned against him. The atmosphere at court was one of paralyzing anxiety. Every unusual event was dissected for hidden meaning. The empire pulsed with the feverish activity of his plans, but at its center, the king was becoming a prisoner of his own paranoia. He felt as if the sword of Damocles hung perilously over his own head. To drive away these demons, he threw himself into the only distraction that had always served him well: wine and the company of his men. Parties and banquets became a nightly routine, an attempt to drown out the whispers of fate with the noise of celebration. He drank and laughed with his closest friends, the loud music and strong wine keeping the ghosts at bay. He toasted to Hephaestion's memory and to future successes in Arabia. For a moment, perhaps, he felt like the old Alexander, the young invincible king of Macedonia. But when he drained a great cup of unmixed wine in honor of Heracles, a sudden, sharp cry escaped his lips. It was not a cry of joy or of war, but of pure, excruciating pain. He doubled over, clutching his chest, as if a spear of ice had pierced him. His friends rushed to support him. The laughter ceased, replaced by a deathly silence. The king was pale, covered in cold sweat. He was hurried to his chambers, shivering uncontrollably. The party was over, and the dreadful shadow of Thanatos was already descending upon Alexander's palace. In the year 323 BCE, Alexander's banquet ended abruptly. The king, whom the world believed to be invincible and destined to rule it all,
was rushed to his chambers, shivering uncontrollably. What followed was a slow and inexorable agony that lasted about 10 days. At first, it was a raging fever, which the court physicians tried to treat with cold baths and rest. But Alexander's strength, which had withstood wounds from spears and arrows, now seemed to drain away. A body pushed to the limit by years of campaigning, by poorly healed wounds, overwhelming grief for Hephaestion, and excessive drinking, now had no defense against the invisible enemy attacking him from within. News of the king's illness spread like wildfire through Babylon. In the palace, the generals, men like Ptolemy, Perdiccas, and Seleucus, watched in silence, their faces masks of concern that barely hid the anxiety and ambition that began to bubble up. They weren't just seeing their commander fall ill. They saw the center of their universe disintegrating, leaving behind a vacuum that each of them secretly dreamed of filling. Meanwhile, whispers of poison raced through the corridors. Many looked to Macedonia, to the old and powerful regent Antipater, whom Alexander had summoned to Babylon to account for himself. Fearing for his life, it was said that Antipater had sent his son, Cassander, with a powerful poison, perhaps white hellebore or arsenic, disguised in a mule's hoof. It was a convenient theory, which would explain the king's sudden decline, but historians over the centuries have considered it more political propaganda than fact. The most likely theories point to disease rampant in the region, malaria, or more probably typhoid fever, contracted through contaminated water or food, or possibly Guillain-Barré syndrome. By the 5th day, Alexander could no longer speak, though his mind remained clear. He communicated with gestures, his eyes still carrying a king's authority. Outside the palace gates, the Macedonian army, the veterans who had followed him from Greece, were in turmoil. They didn't believe the official reports and feared that the generals were hiding the king's death to conspire behind their backs. They demanded to see their leader one last time. In a final act of communion with his men, Alexander ordered that he be carried to the palace entrance. One by one, in moving silence, the soldiers filed past his bed. They didn't see a god, but a man in his final moments, pale and motionless, greeting them only with the slight movement of his eyes. It was a farewell. Men hardened by a decade of war wept openly. The anchor of their world was slipping away. In his last moments of consciousness, his generals gathered around his bedside. Perdiccas, holding the king's hand, asked the question that hung over the whole empire. To whom do you leave your kingdom? Alexander, with the last breath in his pierced lungs, whispered a reply that was both a prophecy and a curse. To the strongest. He then handed his signet ring to Perdiccas, a gesture naming him as guardian, but not as heir. Shortly after, on June 10, 323 BCE, at the age of 32, Alexander the Great, king of Macedonia, pharaoh of Egypt, lord of Asia, was dead. The shock of Alexander's death paralyzed the ancient world. But at the epicenter, in Babylon, paralysis gave way to chaos. The empire had no clear heir. Alexander's wife, Roxana, was pregnant, but the child had not yet been born, and his barbarian ancestry was looked down upon by many Macedonians. The only close male relative was Alexander's half-brother, Philip Arrhidaeus, a man considered mentally unfit to rule. Alexander's enigmatic reply, to the strongest, lit the fire of ambition. Immediately, two factions formed, reflecting the tensions Alexander had tried in vain to appease. On one side was the infantry, the old Macedonian guard led by General Meleager. They refused to be ruled by a half-Persian king and declared their support for Philip Arrhidaeus. On the other side were the cavalry and the elite generals, led by Perdiccas, the recipient of the royal ring. They argued that they should wait for the birth of Roxana's child, and if it was a boy, name him king, with Perdiccas acting as regent. Babylon stood on the brink of civil war. Only through a fragile agreement, known as the Partition of Babylon, was immediate conflict averted. The compromise was complex. Philip Aridaeus, crowned as Philip III and Roxana's newborn son Alexander IV, would be joint regents. Perdiccas would be a regent of the entire empire, while the old Antipater would remain in control of Macedonia and Greece. The rest of the empire was divided among the most powerful generals, the Diadochi, who were appointed as satraps. Ptolemy, perhaps the shrewdest of them all, chose Egypt. Antigonus received Phrygia and Anatolia. Lysimachus took Thrace. The unity of the empire was a fiction. In reality, it was a powder keg, and the first spark was Alexander's own body. Perdiccas planned to send the king's body to be buried in Macedonia, an act of enormous symbolic weight that would legitimize his power. But Ptolemy had other plans. In 321 BCE, in one of history's boldest moves, he intercepted the funeral procession and diverted Alexander's body to Egypt. He buried it in Memphis, and later in a magnificent mausoleum in Alexandria, the city that would become the center of his own kingdom. The theft of the sacred body of the founder was a declaration of war. Enraged, Perdiccas marched against Egypt to punish Ptolemy, setting off the First War of the Diadochi. It was the start of a 40-year period of relentless conflict. The generals who had once fought side by side now faced each other in brutal battles. Loyalties shifted, alliances were made and broken, and one by one, the members of Alexander's family were eliminated. His mother Olympias was executed. His half-brother Philip III was murdered. And finally, his wife Roxana and his son Alexander IV were killed, extinguishing the royal line forever. The dream of a united empire died with them. In the end, Alexander's greatest legacy was not the empire he built, for that fell apart into rival kingdoms before his body had even grown cold. His true and lasting achievement was the world he inadvertently created from the ashes of his conquest. By marching his armies from Greece to India, Alexander did more than conquer lands. He acted as an agent of unprecedented cultural transformation. He broke down the barriers between West and East. The Greek language became the lingua franca of commerce, administration, and intellectual life from Alexandria to Bactria. Greek philosophy, art, architecture, and political thought blended with the ancient traditions of Egypt, Persia, and Mesopotamia. This new, vibrant, cosmopolitan, interconnected world is what historians call the Hellenistic era. The dozens of cities he founded, many named Alexandria, became the crucibles of this fusion. Alexandria in Egypt with its great library, which sought to contain all human knowledge, and its lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the world, became the intellectual and commercial capital of the Mediterranean for centuries. It was in these centers that science flourished, where Euclid wrote the elements of geometry, and Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth. Alexander himself remains one of the most fascinating and contradictory figures in history. He was perhaps an unparalleled military genius, a charismatic leader who inspired near-divine loyalty. He was a visionary who dreamed of an empire built on fusion and harmony. But he was also a man consumed by ambition, capable of shocking brutality, like the destruction of Thebes and the slaughter at Tyre. He was a king who became paranoid and murdered his friend Cletus in a drunken rage. He was, in essence, the very personification of his age, a mixture of idealism and violence, creation and destruction. Though Alexander's empire fragmented, the Hellenistic kingdoms founded by his generals, the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, the Seleucid Empire in Asia, and the Antigonid dynasty in Macedonia, continued to spread Greek culture for another 300 years. They shaped the world that Rome would eventually conquer, a world already integrated by a shared culture. Thus, the great saga of Alexander comes to an end, but the echo of his passing would resonate through the ages. At 32, the man who wept because there were no more worlds to conquer left behind an entirely new world, and a legacy that would forever shape the destiny of Western civilization.